Thank you, Rajit. Excellencies, Chief Executive Officer, FSSAI, Shri Rajit Punhani, distinguished delegates, senior representatives from the diplomatic missions, and colleagues. It's an honor to join you all today for this Ambassadors' Conclave on Food Safety. As you all know, this conclave is being organized along with the third Global Food Regulators Summit 2025, and food safety experts from more than 50 countries are participating in this summit. I would like to compliment the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, for their vision and efforts in bringing together all the experts and stakeholders from across the world to discuss the very significant subject of food safety. And of course, for convening this important Ambassadors' Conclave with the objective of enhancing the international cooperation in building safer, harmonized, and fair food systems across the globe. We are delighted to have with us ambassadors, heads of missions, senior representatives of diplomatic missions from several countries, including Argentina, Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, France, Indonesia, Spain, Thailand, Japan, Ghana, Russia, and Austria. Excellencies, your presence here today underscores the importance of international dialogue and partnership in addressing the evolving challenges of global food systems. Friends, food not only sustains all of us, it brings people together. Millions of people around the world depend on international trade for their food security and livelihoods. In today's interconnected world, ensuring the quality and safety of food is no longer a domestic issue. It's a global imperative. Frequently, food is produced in one country, processed in another, and consumed across borders. In such a landscape, no single nation can safeguard food safety and quality on its own. Food safety is also central to public health. However, it is not just a public health priority. It's also a cornerstone of food security, consumer trust, and global trade. A comprehensive and well-regulated food safety framework is therefore vital. As we all know, there are critical challenges surrounding food safety and nutrition. In many parts of the world, we have seen shifting consumer preferences. Moreover, climate change, globalization, and evolving food production practices have introduced new risks and complexities to the process of producing, processing, and distribution of food. The multidimensional nature of food safety and quality makes the role of all stakeholders, including policymakers, producers, businesses, consumers, academic and scientific institutions, highly interconnected and interdependent. Regulatory systems must remain agile, science-based, and globally aligned to meet these evolving challenges. A coherent global approach to developing international food standards, guidelines, and codes of practice anchored in science and evidence is critical in ensuring the safety of our food. Through collaboration, partnerships, and knowledge sharing among nations and organizations, industry stakeholders, and civil society, we can harness the collective expertise and resources to develop effective, innovative solutions. Food safety, thus, is a shared responsibility. And to ensure that, we require platforms, databases, and mechanisms that support dialogue and global access to information to strengthen the systems at national, regional, and international levels. International organizations such as FAO and WHO celebrate World Food Safety Days and other activities every year to emphasize the importance of harmonizing food safety standards and highlight that food safety is everyone's business. As a food regulator of our country, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, consistently works towards promoting harmonization between international food standards and domestic standards. Through their active participation at both national and international forums, India's presence is now more prominent at platforms like FAO, WHO, codex, etc. Ministry of External Affairs, as the nodal ministry responsible for managing India's foreign relations, contributes and supports these efforts, including by projecting perspectives of Global South on issues such as climate change and sustainability. The objective of today's interactions is to present opportunities for all to share ideas, best practices, and help build strong working relationships in the area of food safety. International cooperation in food regulation is not merely about setting standards, it's about protecting lives, enabling fair economic relations, building healthier, more resilient societies, and create opportunities for the food sector to establish itself with the international benchmarks. Aligning standards among countries reduces unnecessary barriers and fosters greater food policy cohesion. At the same time, the key challenges remains adapting global standards to the diverse national contexts and capacities of countries around the world. We need to ensure that all countries have the capacity to implement them effectively. We must recognize that developing countries require adequate policy space and sustained capacity building support to participate meaningfully in the harmonization process. The implementation of stringent food safety and regulatory standards can be resource intensive and technically demanding. Moreover, non-tariff barriers, including overly complex or misaligned standards, can unintentionally restrict market access and adversely impact the interest of smallholder farmers and producers. Robust food systems will require resources and partnerships to take root and mature. Friends, I am confident that this conclave will offer valuable insights in different aspects of ensuring global food safety. I look forward to candid and insightful discussions to amplify our collective efforts towards transforming fragmented regulations into a cohesive global framework that ensures safe and nutritious food for all while supporting a robust and an equitable global food trade landscape. With these words, I would like to thank FSSAI for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering, and I would like to invite CEO FSSAI to lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll just set the context and then we'll go to the participants. So following the opening remarks by my colleague, Neena Malhotra, I would like to further emphasize that fostering global partnerships to enhance food safety across the entire food supply chain is more crucial now than ever. Therefore, enhancing communication mechanism with the global partners is both a critical necessity and a timely imperative in today's interconnected world. So, as food increasingly crosses borders, ensuring its safety has not just become a national priority but a shared global responsibility. As we are all the signatory to the WTO agreement, ensuring food safety and following fair practices in global trade is the shared responsibility of each member country. So we need to acknowledge the deep connection between food safety and food trade. Strong food safety practices not only protect public health but also enhance consumer confidence, lower trade barriers, and support economic stability in an increasingly interconnected global market. Recognizing this fact, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, has implemented a series of proactive measures in order to ensure food safety and facilitate trade. These include the harmonization of national food standards with the International Food Standard Setting Body Codex, but more importantly also the digitization of our food clearance system, the introduction of registration for foreign food manufacturing facilities before import into India, integration of the veterinary health certification processes, among others, so that imports especially do not face any problems. FSSAI has been engaging actively with international stakeholders and regularly holding meetings with embassies and the private sector for addressing issues pertaining to the food safety and trade. So this is just the context. because food safety and trade are very, very much interrelated, and I'm very thankful for all of you to spare for sparing your time. So after this, now we'll go one by one. How does it go?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Chair, co-chair, colleagues from embassies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to participate in this ambassadors conclave representing Argentina, and here with my colleagues from the embassy, we want to assure that international cooperation for cohesive food regulation, we are committed to this purpose. We thank the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the Ministry of External Affairs for convening this important dialogue. As you know, food sustains life, strengthens societies, and connects cultures. In today's interconnected world, it is also a matter of diplomacy, commerce, and above all, confidence. Consumers everywhere expect safety and quality, regardless of origin. That confidence can only be ensured through international cooperation. Food safety transcends borders. It requires approaches based on science, transparency, and inclusiveness. International organizations such as Codex Alimentarius, FAO, and WHO provide globally recognized standards. These standards help to align national regulations, build assurance, and facilitate smooth trade. Collaboration across nations and institutions is therefore essential. Embassies play a vital role in this effort. We act as bridges, facilitating dialogue, supporting regulatory cooperation, and coordinating responses to food safety challenges. In doing so, they strengthen national systems and enable safe and fair movement of food across borders. For Argentina, this dialogue is particularly relevant. As a leading producer and exporter of food, from grains and oilseeds to meat, dairy, wine, and yerba mate, we recognize that access to markets depends on confidence in food safety. Argentina actively participates in Codex. We have invested in a robust traceability, plant and animal health systems, and maintain regulatory transparency. Argentina's National Food Safety Agency, the National Service of Agri-Food Health and Quality, we call SENASA, is committed to advancing cooperation in this area. In line with this commitment, SENASA looks forward to concluding a memorandum of understanding with the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSI. This agreement will reinforce our joint efforts, deepen regulatory collaboration, and further enhance food safety and security between our countries. As representative of our nations, we share the responsibility to build food security frameworks that are risk-based, consumer-focused, and responsive to global realities, by investing in capacity, sharing information, and adopting new technologies. In this way, we can raise standards and strengthen confidence. Indian hosting of this summit is commendable. By bringing together global stakeholders, it promotes regulatory harmonization, transparency, and partnership. Argentina reaffirms our commitment to align regulations, strengthen mutual trust, and uphold food safety and as a shared responsibility. Thank you once again to India, to the Indian government and the agencies, and we are convinced that this conclave marks an important milestone in our collective goal of safe and more consistent global food regulatory framework. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, CEO, FSSAI, distinguished ambassadors, high commissioners, fellow colleagues, and other dignitaries. Firstly, I'd like to start by conveying his High Commissioner Green's apologies for not being here today. Unfortunately, he's out of station. However, he does convey his best regards. So this week, I had the pleasure of hosting my senior official from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Mr. Tom Black. We had the opportunity to meet with Commerce and, of course, with yourself, CEO, just 2 days ago. And as part of his visit, we signed off on two very important agreements. One is the mutual recognition arrangement on organics with APIDA and under the Ministry of Commerce, and then of course the second one being the food safety MOU with FSSAI. So it was two very key outcomes, and it just demonstrates the strong bond and relationship that we have when it comes to the safe trade in agricultural produce. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry is responsible for the regulation of agricultural goods for both exports and imports into Australia. With around 70% of Australian agricultural produce exported globally, DAF, so the department's role, is critical in ensuring biosecurity and food safety is maintained not only just for Australian consumers but also for international markets, including India. So our department oversees a range of functions, including inspection, audit, certification of agricultural commodities, including food and non-food commodities, as well as live animal exports. We negotiate technical market access conditions for meat, dairy, eggs, seafood, processed foods, inedible animal products, plant products, grains, pretty much everything that's agriculture related. But we also play a very important role, a leadership role in the Codex Alimentarius Commission for International Food Standards. And we also, of course, manage our imported food program for products coming into Australia as well. So Mr. Tom Black, who was here just a few days ago, he also chairs the Codex Committee on Food Imports, Exports Inspection Certification Systems, which is one of the many important committees which sits under Codex. And so Australia's import and export regulations are grounded in science and it is risk-based. This includes aligning with international science-based standards such as those under Codex Alimentarius as much as possible. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with India, and we also appreciate the ability and the opportunity to collaborate with colleagues around the table here today and our counterparts in various forums, including Codex, FAO, WTO, because this kind of engagement is very critical in terms of sharing information, but also sustaining and maintaining trade between our countries. So I'm looking forward to the discussions today and wishing FSSAI and India all the very best for this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Rajit Punyani, Dr. Nia Malhotra, Secretary South of the Ministry of External Affairs. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here also around the table with people who have been posted in Brussels and have fond memories about it.
Thank you.
As yourself, Mr. Punyani. Thank you for having us also here in this very impressive room. I suddenly feel a member of G20. We have Belgium is the 25th economy in the world, so we're coming close, but it's a pleasure to be here for this conclave. Maybe first a smaller story or history, because Belgium has learned it the hard way when it comes to food safety. In 1999, we had a very severe contamination in the meat food chain with a considerable impact on our economy, but also, well, indirect impact on the public health. And so this crisis forced us to reform the whole system of food safety and food regulation. And to cut a long story short, I think we have now one of the most and the best performing food safety authorities in the world. The Federal Agency for Food Safety. In the inaugural session, I heard that indeed FSSAI has a number of agreements with third country food authorities. And of course, I would be very glad also to start negotiations on a bilateral level. We are working for the moment on the EU level on an FTA with India. So this will, of course, including on the rules of origin, which will, of course, once concluded, facilitate trade between our countries. But I think it's not only important to work on trade, but also on the regulatory framework. And so cooperation on European level, on bilateral level, on the regulatory framework is also very important to help the flows of food and the trade of food between Europe, between Belgium and India. So that's my very short message today. I would like to say that another element which reinforces my request is the fact that, of course, we have already a number of companies very active in the food sector, food processing, production across the country. So investment is there, but on the trade side and on the regulatory framework, I think there's more to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nina Malhotra, the Secretary from Ministry of External Affairs, and Sri Rajit Puhani, the Chief Executive Officer of FFSAI. Let me start by thanking you for organizing this conclave. I think it's indeed very timely, and we are extremely pleased to be here. As you said, Madam Secretary, I think in today's interconnected world, we of course need to increase international cooperation on food safety, and Denmark is indeed very committed to that. And we have a number of good partnerships around the world. One of them is with India. And as part of our Green Strategic Partnership, the whole food safety, agriculture and health is an absolute cornerstone. And we are also very happy about the MOU that we signed last year between the Danish Veterinary and Food Agency and FSSAI, a technical collaboration project on food safety in the food production value chain. We very much hope that this will become a long-term partnership focusing on mutual learning and capacity building. Including areas like, One Health, the antimicrobial resistance, inspection sampling, import procedures, risk management, residue detection, etc. Denmark applies a farm-to-fork model, so food safety and quality are secured at every stage and backed by a strong traceability and transparent self-check systems. Also focusing on high animal welfare and environmental sustainability. And I think most importantly, it's cost efficient. And I think that's something that maybe there are scope for sharing experiences here with India, with a very large number of food business operators. So how do you go about carrying out a risk-based approach to inspections and planning? I think that's key. As my colleague from Belgium outlined, I think when you cooperate with individual European countries, of course, you also, in a way, get a better understanding of the EU regulation that guides all of our and standards, that guides the food safety procedures in our countries. And with the free trade negotiation, hopefully concluding by the end of this year, this will create new opportunities for import and export between our countries. But a precondition for that is, of course, a good understanding on the regulatory side. But the potential is very much there. We also conduct a number of courses for your staff, and we've been very happy to receive them in Copenhagen on especially risk-based approaches to food safety. So again, let me conclude by expressing our willingness to follow and support our good cooperation, also with many of the Danish companies present here in India within food production. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Secretary, Excellencies, Chief Executive Officer, distinguished delegates. We are very honored on the French side to attend this new edition of the Global Food Regulatory Summit and to be fully involved in this conclave dedicated to something, of course, we all share, public health, food safety, and our ambassador, unfortunately in Mumbai today, conveys, of course, his best regards. I'll be very short, just to share two main messages. The first is to express our recognition on the French side to Indian authorities, MEA, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, FSSAI, for their strong leadership in this initiative, which is absolutely essential to ensure stronger coordination, ambitious perspectives, and better results. The French embassy is and will remain fully committed, of course, to initiate new cooperation on the bilateral level with Indian authorities for food safety. The second message is to insist, as Excellency Ambassador from Denmark, on the One Health approach, which is absolutely essential to achieve our goals. I know this is something we share between France and India. On the French side, it's the Une Seule Santé approach. On the Indian side, it's the One Health mission. It's a great opportunity for us to share with you that France will host early 26 the One Health Summit, which will be a new opportunity, of course, to highlight the recommendations and the good practice that we'll share today during our discussions. So once again, thank you for this invitation and the promising discussion we'll have.
Thank you. Good morning. Dr. Nina Malhotra, Secretary of Ministry of External Affairs, Sri Rajit Punhani, Chief Executive Officer of FSSI. On behalf of the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to, first of all, express our thanks and appreciation for the government of India, particularly the FSSI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as the Ministry of External Affairs for organizing this forum dedicated to strengthening foundations of global food security and regulatory cooperation. Indonesia also appreciates India's leadership in fostering international dialogue on food regulation. That one of a subject that is one of the urgent importance of our societies today. Allow me to start by emphasizing our conviction that a robust science-based food regulation is the backbone of our public health and fair trade. International harmonization is no longer optional. It is essential for responding to climate change, shifting consumer expectation, and the turbulent realities of global markets. Indonesia, as one of the members of ASEAN, has championed collaboration in aligning food safety standards to its regional trade and to assure our citizens of safety and quality of their food supply. A particular significant step forward was achieved in January this year during the visit of our President, President Prabowo Subianto, and his meeting with the Prime Minister Modi, which jointly prioritized food security as a cornerstone of our bilateral relations. Both leaders pledged deeper cooperation, sharing expertise, facilitating official exchanges, and reinforcing regulatory collaboration. Indonesia benefited not only from India's technical expertise, but also India's support in launching our national midday meal program, which is right now one of the priority of our administration, and also India's invitation to study its world-renowned food distribution and regulation systems. This high-level commitment between our two leaders become the groundwork for a series of concrete initiatives. One of the most notable initiatives has been the close cooperation between Indonesia's National Agency of Drugs and Food Control, or BPOM, with the FSSI, in which in April 2025, our BPOM's leadership visited India to meet with FSSI to strengthen partnership focusing on food safety, pharmaceutical regulation, and knowledge exchange. The partnership also extends to rapidly growing field of traditional medicines. So right now, BPOM and FSSI are actively cooperating to ensure quality standards for traditional remedies, integrating centuries-old practices with modern regulatory requirements. As we look forward, Indonesia calls on all partners to embrace practical cooperation through joint training, data exchange, and mutual recognition arrangements. We see the operational partnership between BPOM and FSSI as a model for a bilateral and multilateral regulatory cooperation, especially in setting new standards for both our regulations. In conclusion, I would like to encourage us towards building a cohesive food regulation architecture that ensures safety, promotes healthy diets, removes trade barriers, and support prosperity for our peoples. Indonesia stands ready to work with India and our international partners on this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Her Excellency Dr. Nina Malhotra, Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Rajid Punhani, CEO of FSI, distinguished guests, participants, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the third Global Food Regulators Summit Ambassadors Conclave, and thank you for inviting Japan to this meeting. India, now the most populous country in the world, is achieving remarkable economic growth. With this growth comes increasing demand for more delicious, safer, and secure food with fresher and higher quality and more convenient processing. Japanese cuisine, called washoku, is renowned for its variety, deliciousness, use of fresh ingredients, and health benefits. Japanese food-related industries possesses advanced technologies and know-hows necessary for building a food value chain in order to meet consumers' needs, such as food processing, refrigeration, freezing logistics, and sales expertise. Ensuring food security through adequate technologies and know-how is of growing importance. I am convinced that today's meeting will serve as a valuable opportunity to further ensuring food security across food value chain with cooperation with the relevant stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yamazaki. Yesterday, I attended their food festival, in which there was a very interesting presentation by the chef who had come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO FSSAI, Mr. Pugnani. Very nice to meet you again now in your new role. But also co-chair, Ambassador Nina Malhotra. Very nice to meet you. Thank you very much for inviting us here for this roundtable. Good to see colleagues as well. Thank you also very much for the initiative that India took to organize again an important regulatory summit to foster dialogue and to create more sustainable and safer integrated food systems. Harmonizing standards, it's all key. Trust, as many said during the opening, is absolutely the basis, the foundation of these food systems. So therefore it's very good to meet each other. I thought let me share a few things, a few words on the Netherlands. Netherlands is a trading nation. Netherlands is also a global leader in innovative food and agricultural technology. We are the second exporter of agricultural products, but also farming techniques. And research and innovation, it's focused also on reducing the use of water, for example, or pesticides, or to actually invest in soil fertility. So to give you just one example is that due or thanks to advanced greenhouse technology, we can now produce in the Netherlands 1 kilo of tomatoes with only the use of 4 liters of water. And I've been told that the global average is 214 liter per tomato. So these kind of technologies can actually help us to invest in a more sustainable food system. So it's not only, I think, to keep our citizens healthy, but it's also to be a reliable trade partner. In the Netherlands, we have the cooperation between the two ministries of health and agriculture. I think it's probably the same in many countries around the table, where the Ministry of Health is responsible for the policy and the regulations, and the Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for the compliance and for actually also checking, like the Food Regulatory Agency, your counterpart of the FSSAI, the NVWA it's called, they're based within the Ministry of Agriculture, and so they are responsible for implementation and for the certification as well. And also in my embassy, I have representatives from both ministries. They're actually on my side. The Ministry of Health, our counselor, and also the Ministry of Agriculture is also represented here. Codex Alimentarius, it was not mentioned yet, I think. I think it's a codex from FAO and WHO, so it gives a very practical and international framework of standards for food safety, the protection of our population, as well as it's looking into fair trade. It's also the two ministries who are responsible for that, so I'm sure that all our experts know each other. I thought also to share maybe a few examples of how here also in your country we try to work together. For example, food safety education. I can see that you're also very much investing. We heard about the book that's going to be published very soon. Also in our schools, we do a lot in hygiene, for example, washing hands before eating, but also how to take care of your fruits and your vegetables. I can see that you're also investing in that kind of curriculum. But also, we also always think that food safety, it starts actually at the planting, not at the production, but at the planting. And that's also something that we are investing in. There's a Dutch NGO called Veggie for Kids. And they are actually working together here with schools on these kind of subjects. We also have companies in poultry, for example, that have shown interest to work together with local hatchery companies in Punjab, where they train also poultry farmers in these different topics that were already mentioned. The AMR, the antimicrobial resistance, is also something that's very high on our agenda. We have centers of excellence here, where also our experts work together on all these issues of how to use less pesticides, for example. I think we have an MOU. It was signed not so long ago with FSSAI and our NVWAI. We would love CEO Pugnani to introduce you to our CEO as well. Maybe we can organize it online to see how we can make the most of our MOU. Now, maybe to conclude, I thought, let me just share one story, because you were also talking, I think, in the opening on street food vendors and how you train them as well. I think we can learn from you here, because Ms. Pugnani, you lived in Brussels. I don't know if you ever went to Amsterdam for King's Day. Did you ever go to the celebration there? Because that's the only day in the year where we can sell food unregulated, when everybody can go into the street and sell their stuff, and everybody's baking and frying, and especially when it's very warm on that day in Amsterdam. I think your counterparts in the Netherlands, they get a little bit of a headache, because they do try to still kind of test and see, and there are always people sick at the end of the day. And I think here we can learn from you how you deal with all your street vendors, and see how you can train them and how you can regulate it. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think again, yes, less use of pesticides, greener pesticides, and street vendors. These are some aspects we can collaborate in. Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and good morning also, Secretary Malhotra. New Zealand is a proud partner of today's summit and also the World Food India, and we commend FSAI for this initiative. New Zealand has a cooperation arrangement with EFSI, and we've been working collaboratively for a number of years on issues that support our mutual food safety interests. The focus of this session has been given to us as international cooperation for cohesive food regulation. As a small country dependent on trade for our prosperity and our connection with the world, New Zealand sees obvious and clear benefits in trust and confidence building and working together to expand regulatory systems recognition between trading partners and harmonisation of food systems based on Codex standards. New Zealand is an active participant in the international stage as a founding member of Codex. New Zealand is a strong advocate and active contributor to the international body. We've been involved in its work and led in many of its technical committees since its establishment in 1963. We strongly value working collaboratively and in partnership with all countries through Codex. It strengthens the capability of our technical experts and it allows for a free exchange of new ideas. The fundamental point that we would like to convey is that where food supply chains stretch across countries and across continents, it's essential to operate from a common agreed set of standards and requirements to ensure consistent approaches towards food safety objectives. Another key perspective is that alignment with international standards prevents technical barriers to trade, and it enables food producers and especially small and medium enterprises to compete and operate productively in global markets. For all food producing and exporting economies, harmonised requirements are fundamental to supporting access to international markets, and it underpins the growth and the prosperity of global trade and of our countries. There are, from our perspective, significant consumer health and trade benefits derived from our collective involvement in international standards and in Codex, including risk-based health protection, nutrition and food safety standards. From a public health perspective, alignment with international standards reduces the risk of foodborne illness by ensuring countries work towards similar benchmarks for risk assessment and risk management to achieve the best outcome for consumers. One aspect that we would like to highlight is that New Zealand has seen significant benefits from enhancing regional collaboration in food safety. In working closely with our closest trade partner and neighbour Australia, we share a mutually beneficial relationship by engaging in harmonised food standards. And the underlying aims of our joint food system considers the needs of both Australia and New Zealand to protect public health and reduce unnecessary barriers to trade. This strongly benefits both countries economically and in terms of the well-being of our consumers. A final reflection based on references by other colleagues to FTA negotiations. And of course, New Zealand has its own FTA negotiation underway presently with India. And we are greatly encouraged by the progress that we're seeing in that work. We believe that a good, mutually beneficial outcome will facilitate greater levels of trade and greater levels of collaboration between New Zealand and India. And the work that's taking place is always informed by the goal of robust food safety and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are sorry we could not accommodate some of your requests this time, but I think next year, definitely after due consultation with the Ministry of External Affairs, we'll try and get more private sector participation in this forum. Thank you.
Mr. Puhani, co-chair, distinguished ambassadors, colleagues and friends. Just a bit of the flavor of what Spain is now in the world of agrobusiness. In the last year, we have reached a record export of about 75 billion euros with an increase of 6% compared with the previous years, and a surplus of about 19 billion euros plus, though with India the figures are different. We import more than we export to India. Our main destinations are the EU for over 2/3 of them, and the rest comes to Asia. Globally, we are present in over 180 markets. You know what the flagship products are, basically fresh fruit and vegetables, certainly olive oil and wine and others. Spain, as a lead role in agribusiness and agro-food trade, is supported by a robust EU regulatory framework, fully aligned with international standards. As a EU member, Spain rigorously applies the reference standards set by Codex and WHO and WOHA, as well as the International Plant Protection Convention, thus ensuring maximum food and health safety. This solid regulatory framework conveys a robust message of what we all share on trust to international market and contributes to strengthen Spain's image as a reliable and responsible trading partner. Spain applies a farm-to-fork policy with full traceability, backed by scientific evidence, and technological innovation is a distinguished factor of the Spanish model, with digital platforms which are applicable for both animal and plant products, allowing for an integrated management of veterinary and phytosanitary inspection and certification in a secure, traceable, and transparent environment. These tools facilitate coordination between authorities and operators. However, the industry faces significant challenges such as competitiveness of energy and logistic costs, as well as tariff and non-tariff barriers in several markets, as well as increasing demands for sustainability and the impact climate change on the availability of water resources. I would like to mention a word on the Mediterranean diet. I followed recently on a paper by a senior fellow of the ORF, the Observe Research Foundation's Ms. Soba Suri, which titles caught our attention and the attention of my ambassador: A Timeless Blueprint for Sustainable Nourishment through Mediterranean Diet. It is maybe not a chance, but maybe the result of a combining factors that food and, safe and healthy foods combined with a style of life gives Spain the bronze medal share with Singapore on the life expectancy, only with Japan and Switzerland slightly ahead. Spain is willing to share our experience and to engage and collaborate with the FSSAI with a view to promote coordination of work on food standards and food safety, and to enhance consistency on food standards through mutual cooperations by going hand in hand in the joint responsibility of providing healthier and safer foods and diets for all. I would like finally joining my colleagues in praising and thanking the FSSAI and the Ministry of Agribusiness Industries for organizing this event, and more particularly for its focus on international and bilateral cooperation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. CEO of FSSAI, Secretary South, Excellencies, and colleagues. On behalf of our ambassador who cannot be present today, I would like to present our gratitude to invite Thailand to be part of this conclave and also like part of the World Food India. This is our second time to have a Thailand pavilion at the World Food India. And of course, like when we talk about food, I think like many people have to think about Thailand. We cannot miss Thailand, right? So it's our luck to have a space at your magnificent exhibition this year as well. And we hope to continue to have our presence in the next years as well. I just have two main messages like today, since I haven't prepared any speech before. The first one would be that we just have our new government sworn in 2 days ago, and we would like to reiterate our commitment to the food safety, of course, because like food security cannot exist without food safety nowadays, and it is like a question of common interest of everyone, of humanity in this world, so it will remain our priorities as well of the current government of Thailand. And of course, like the food and beverages in Thailand, it represents about 23% of GDP. So it is crucial for us to make our food safe, tasty, and available to everyone. The second message is that we are open to have any international cooperation. The main agency in Thailand, the counterpart of FSSAI, is the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA. It is under the Ministry of Health of Thailand. And currently we have MOUs with 13 countries. Some of our counterparts are present in this room, namely Australia, France, Japan, and of course Indonesia. We haven't had MOU with India yet, but as for the embassy, we are willing to push any collaboration between the FSAI and our FDA, because we think that even though we have the embassies present here in New Delhi, that we can convey and liaise and update any technical information to our light agency, but it is still better to have both agencies communicating directly together. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary Dr. Neena Malhotra, CEO FSSAI, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. It is an honor to represent Austria at this important summit. Austria, as many of you know already, is proud to be one of Europe's leaders in organic agriculture, with nearly 26% of our farmland cultivated organically. Our food sector is known for high quality, strict safety standards, and strong consumer trust. So in Austria, food safety is overseen by an agency called AGES, or AGES, which is the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety. And it works closely with European and international counterparts to ensure the highest standards in food regulation. We applaud FSSAI for spearheading this global cooperation in this field and leading this vital dialogue on harmonizing food safety frameworks. And Austria values its growing partnership with India and looks forward to deeper collaboration in food safety and sustainable food systems. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good day. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, on behalf of my acting High Commissioner, congratulate the organizers for putting this together. As the only country representing my continent, this demonstrates how we value this occasion. As we may be aware or have already been highlighted by the distinguished speakers during the opening ceremony, food plays a central role in culture and men's sustenance. Ensuring the safety of wholesomeness of what we eat is paramount for public health, economic stability, and overall food security. Ghana demonstrates a commitment to food safety through its national food safety policy, supported by our partner organizations such as the World Health Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the mandates of our Ghana Food and Drugs Authority to enforce standards. As a High Commission, we are committed to fostering collaboration on food safety between our institutions and their Indian counterparts to facilitate high-level dialogue and exchange of best practices. We are also implementing MOU signed between the Bureau of Indian Standards and the Ghana Standards Authority to collaborate on standardization, certification, and conformity assessment. We believe Ghana is also open to having an MOU with the FSSAI of India as well. Thank you so much.
So, so now we still have 10 minutes for open discussion. We have tried to streamline our import system. So now everything, please confirm what I'm saying. Now I am told everything is online and is supposed to be seamless. But I would just also like, if you have any feedback or any suggestions in how we can improve our, especially our import portal. We have a portal now. So if there are any suggestions or any problems that any of your importers might be facing, so I would welcome any feedback or suggestions in that regard. And exporters, both. Would you like to just 2 minutes tell them what all improvements we have made in the system?
Thank you, sir. So with respect to the exempt trade related to the food items, FSSAI has taken certain initiatives for the seamless movement of the cargo across the borders. As sir pointed out, last year during the GFRS, we upgraded our IT system with respect to, we call it the Food Import Control System 2.0. So that was introduced in the last year during the GFRS itself. Secondly, we have introduced the concept of the integrated certificate. There are certain certificates which are required for the import of certain food items by the FSSAI. And there are other government agencies in India, they also require certain items. For certain items, the certificate. So we had the bilateral discussion with so many countries, and the countries represented that for the certain items, why there are two certificates is being required by two different agencies in India. So on the basis of the representations received from the different countries, we integrated that certificate, the integrated veterinary health certificate for import of certain food items. Sir, we are very happy to hear from the member countries that they want to engage with the FSSAI in the bilateral discussions in the areas of the food safety, and some of the excellencies have mentioned that they are interested in the going forward for the MOUs. It's a very welcome move. It's a very welcome statement by the different countries. So if we may be in the coming days would be engaging ourselves in the bilateral discussions into all aspects of the food safety related to the food in the system. Thank you, sir.
Another aspect I just wanted to highlight was that there are many ingredients that are imported for which we do not have standards. So that process also we are trying to streamline so that there are no delays at the ports. So we're trying, and also now with technology advancing, we're also getting requests, and I would like also if anyone else also has done any work in this regard for these new novel products, what we call nowadays. With technology, you have these lab made nutrients which are made in the lab. So we are also in the process of trying to. That's a challenge for us, and how to how to evolve standards for these kind of products, which are not farm based but lab based. So if anyone would like to share their experience or feedback, it will be welcome. We still have 5 minutes to go.
I might jump in if that's okay. So I can't really speak on the evolving landscape when it comes to new novel foods, but I think to your comment around having to come up to speed with some of your standards, I think that's where organisations like Codex is very important, and SPS and TBT committees, particularly Codex, because those usually give you a default position or a default standard that one can rely on. So rather than not having a standard at all, you can always revert or default to the international standard that's available. And that's across a number of areas, including things like MRLs. Having that Codex international basis gives, I guess, trading partners certainty around meeting those requirements. So when we're exporting and we don't know what India's requirements are or any other trading partner's requirements are, we at least know that the international standards are there. So I think it is worth looking into those as a starting point as your food safety systems continues to evolve. And I think the only other comment that I just quickly make, just off the back of what Manvesh was also saying, is we have systems in place as well, and we really appreciate FSSAI and what you've done. We really appreciate the way that your information is available readily on your website. That's very good for exporters in particular. I think the biggest challenge that trading entities have is change. So knowing the requirements are easy because they're available on the website, but when the changes happen, not everyone's going on the website every day. So the changes being notified, I think, is the critical part. It's a critical piece because compliance is critical. For ourselves, Australia, New Zealand, I know very similar environment when it comes to biosecurity. When we need to keep exotic pests and diseases out of the country. We do that for a reason, for the safeguard of our environment and our farming communities, etc. So, but when we change our requirements, we notify those through the WTO, particularly through the SPS and TBT committee mechanisms. So, and what that does is it signals to trading partners that we're changing. It allows the trading community to also be aware that changes are coming. It also gives trading partners an opportunity to provide their comments and feedback on what is being proposed, so that we as importing countries can take that back and reassess and take it forward. So I think ensuring that we follow those WTO processes and our obligations, quite frankly, under the WTO, is very important, because that information and our ability to our ability to adhere to trading partner requirements is contingent on being aware of what's happening and the evolving landscape, because food safety is changing. It's changing by the day. We've got issues like antimicrobial resistance issues. It's constantly evolving. So our regulations are going to have to evolve and be updated as well. But to create business certainty and trade certainty, we need to be able to communicate that. So effective communication is critical. Forums like this is very important. But of course, our established existing mechanisms provide a very strong framework to enable that kind of engagement as well. So something I just wanted to share there on that front as well.
Lily may like to note, is our IT in charge. That is a challenge which we have faced, is that we change the regulations. Now the businessman or whoever the industry, they are not going to go on checking the website. So we should have a mechanism, or maybe have everyone's email, so that we can at least notify them somehow that this regulation has changed, because that is one challenge. The other things which you had mentioned about default, we are facing a big challenge in default, MRLs especially. From the industry, we are facing a challenge because sometimes the default may not be because default is going to cover so many range of things. So, that's also a challenge, but it's a very valid point. Yeah. So I'd like to ask Mr. Dhyani, our Executive Director, to propose a vote of thanks. After that, please join us for lunch.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege and honor to deliver this vote of thanks at the conclusion of today's Ambassador Conclave during our third Global Food Regulators Summit 2025 in Delhi. We learned that communication mechanism is key to strengthening our regular information exchanges with respect to food safety, public health, and trade. A structured consultation process should be in place for any proposed changes in existing food regulation. We witness constructive dialogue, the spirit of collaboration, and willingness to engage on bilateral basis on crucial matters like capacity building, information sharing, and mutual recognition of food safety systems. As my colleague said, we in FSSAI would be very much happy, eager, and willing to have discussions on the various aspects of food safety on bilateral basis. We welcome this. On behalf of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed representatives from embassies and others who took the time to join us and share their valuable insights. Thank you once again for your presence and active participation. Now, I invite all esteemed delegates to join us for a group photograph and later to be followed by lunch, which has been arranged in the VIP lounge nearby. Thank you.
Which floor, please? This is confusing.
It's on the same floor, sir.
Good afternoon. So it is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the third edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit, coinciding with the prestigious World Food India event. As you know, GFRS is an endeavor of FSSAI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to create a platform of food regulators to exchange perspectives on strengthening food safety systems and other issues. The first two editions were held in 2023 and 2024, and this year, for the first time, we have decided that we must bring MSMEs, stakeholders involved, to discuss the challenges and the opportunities and the ways to strengthen the culture of food safety and ease of doing business across the MSME sector. The government is actively working on reforms to strengthen responsible food systems and ensure consumer trust without compromising on food quality and safety. We have undertaken a series of regulatory reforms to support food businesses under the scheme of ease of doing business, which include instant renewal of license registration, reduced initial license fees, retention of the same license number, exemption from annual return filing, voluntary hygiene rating scheme, facilitation schemes such as FSMs, FAQs, manuals, etc. We are also in the process of consultation with the states and other stakeholders to introduce other such measures. The consumer remains central to all our efforts, whether it's through promoting healthier dietary patterns, ensuring food is free from contaminants, or supporting local farmers who grow nutritious crops. The goal is to empower consumers to make informed choices. Public-private partnerships will continue to play a pivotal role in advancing global food safety, nutrition, and sustainability. At GFRS 2025, let us use this platform to share knowledge, discover innovative solutions, and foster stronger collaboration. Together, we can tackle emerging challenges and build consumer confidence and keep food safety at the forefront. I am confident that this roundtable will yield actionable insights, forge meaningful collaborations, and set the stage for a future where safe, nutritious, and transparent food systems are a reality for all. Thank you. I would now request Chairman Epada to please give his address.
Thank you, sir, and especially for inviting us to the third edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit 2025. Indeed, it's a very important and timely initiative by FSSAI to involve all the stakeholders, especially the MSMEs, in working on the various aspects related to food safety. As we all know that majority of the food business operators, be it who are servicing the domestic market or even the exports, are primarily MSMEs, and in many cases they are also not aware of the standards, the requirements. Many of the importing countries have divergent standards. In fact, while we have the codex, but apart from that, different countries set their own standards, due to which the regulatory landscape is very difficult to navigate, especially for the MSMEs. So it is a very timely initiative. APIDA is the secretariat for the National Program for Organic Production, NPOP, and we have just launched the 8th edition of the NPOP, and I'm sure some of the MSMEs who are participating in today's session also might be into organic business, or maybe thinking of participating in this. So we have brought in a lot of new changes in the NPOP, made it more friendly to the growers, and also brought in more transparency requirements for all the operators. And apart from that, in the transparency process, it is very important that we felt it was very important that all the consumers are aware that who are the producers of the organic products. So now we have mandated that all the information related to the producers, organic producers, is now available. Who is the farmer, how much land they are cultivating, everything is now available on the respective websites of the certification bodies. We are also working on strengthening the organic producers, be it the processors, be it the grower groups, be it the farmers. We have set a very ambitious target of training 1 lakh plus organic farmers and producers in this financial year, and already we have covered around 30,000 farmers and growers, and we are very sure that we will reach this mark very soon. Apart from that, we are also very pleased to inform, sir, we are partnering with FSSAI to have outreach about the organic standards and also the correct organic label and how to identify the organic products. Because NPOP, the National Program for Organic Production, is one of the recognized standards by FSSAI Organic Regulations 2017. And since mostly we were looking at exports, we were not that much focused on a domestic market, but now we are working very closely with FSSAI to come out with training videos and also informative videos which the consumers can see on which products are correctly organic or not. Because of late we have seen that a lot of mislabeling is being done, and just the word organic is written, but that doesn't mean that the product is organic. And that directly impacts the farmers or the producers, because there is a doubt in the minds of the consumers, and they are not then willing to pay the higher amounts for the products. So it is very important that we give a proper knowledge of all the organic, correct labeling requirements. Coming on the food safety culture, so since we are also maintaining the export frameworks for groundnuts and also for grapes, we have seen that many of the importing countries have a very rigorous system of testing whether the product is meeting their requirements. And of late, we have seen that there are a lot of rapid alerts, and in a lot of cases, the non-compliances were mainly due to the fact that many of the operators were not even aware of the requirements. So we are now working with all our regional offices, and also with the state governments, and also with the with the exporters and FPOs also, that they should be aware of the importing country requirements. And we have now started displaying and putting up the database of MRLs also on our website, because there are a lot of MRLs and they keep on changing, and it is very difficult that somebody asks that what is the MRL, and for rice for say Algeria, then how do you know? In many cases, the websites of the importing countries are not accessible, and they give the information in different language. So we are working with that. We have already displayed the correct MRLs for many of the key products, and we are working to further amplify this database. We are taking the regular help of our embassies to take it forward, and today's discussion, we will see what are other suggestions, how we can further work to make the process of agri exports more helpful and more convenient for the MSMEs, and we will do our best to implement the suggestions of the MSMEs so that they are able to have more convenience in the export process, and they are not able to, and the rejections or labeling issues are mitigated to the maximum possible. So my thanks to CEO sir for giving me opportunity to participate in today's session. Thank you, sir.
From Ministry of Agriculture, we have Mr. J.B. Singh. Let us hear.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. Actually, when we talk about sanitary and phytosanitary measures, where food safety is directly related to, where the initiative from the farm level is very, very important, and where the role of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare is very important. Being a national plant production organization, we do handholding with the states to make such efforts where the issues, because food safety comes primarily where plant health issues are compromised. And when plant health issues, where a lot of problems, the insect pests, diseases, and other plant health related issues, microbials, and where interventions are required, these interventions affect not only the productivity but the food safety issues. And for this, Government India, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, they have a well-established system in place for registration of quality inputs, that's a chemical pesticides or biopesticides or botanicals, so that farmers, they can get suitable, alternatives to take care of these problems. And through Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee, that approval process is there for all these quality inputs as a pesticide. But there are certain problems, because to address this, Indian Council of Agriculture Research provides research support system, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, D&FW, they implement the policy and with the help of state governments, state agriculture departments. But still, I think a lot of needs to be done, because sometimes we get a lot of off-label use of pesticides, especially the yellow label and red label, even blue label, that cause a lot of residue issue. And where, as far as MRL issues are concerned, where most of the cases MRL fixation is not there. So when such products are used, it directly affects not only the food safety but export also. And this is day by day, this is growing a big challenge for us. And there we need to develop a synergy between, I think, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, FSCI, and other stakeholders. Because it's not only affecting the health of the general public, but our export potential and our trade issues. We have a lot of options available, but we need to integrate those, we need to fine-tune in terms of cost effectiveness, in terms of their priorities, and whether they fit well in the regulatory systems or regulatory provisions or not. So that's why their synergy is important. There are many issues where under regulatory mechanisms, we need registrants to get new products for the new pest challenges. Where they won't take profit, the industry won't get much profit, they won't come forward to get such product registered. So we need to explore such mechanisms that such issues are addressed. And for this, Ministry of Agriculture has already introduced various platforms, various mechanisms. We, with the help of state governments and with our own institutional mechanism, we have introduced integrated pest management programs in all the states and UTs. Through RKVY, the support is there to have effective initiatives again, under this plant health program, promotion of biocontrol and biopesticides, promotion of organic And all these actually collectively and are addressing some of the concerns, but still lot need to be done. One more important aspect is there because in the Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee, where its primary responsibility of this body is to grant registration for new molecules or biopesticides, and where MRL fixation is there, so lot of requests, even after approval of the registration committee, lot of requests remain pending in the FSCI for MRL fixation. And they have to wait for a long time. Even if we grant registration and they start manufacturing it, it poses challenge to the exporters because in importing country, they consider the default MRL for these products. And you cannot take any action for when MRL exceeds of the this default level. So we have to address such issues very quickly because I think a lot of notifications, pending notifications, such approvals won't get legitimacy. And we request FSCI to look into this. And one more issue where when we get a lot of notification of this, of whether off-label pesticides or exceeding MRL received by either APIDA or any other agency, they need to be shared with the respective states and at least to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare so that we can concentrate on those areas to address the issues where off-label pesticides are being used or from where these notification on complaints are coming. And hand-holding is required with the Ministry of Commerce, Agriculture and FSCI to address these issues because these are not the small issues, these are the basic issues. And unless we address these issues at the ground level, I think we cannot achieve the larger perspective of food safety. Thank you so much.
I guess.
Ata will be the moderator for the session.
Thank you, FSI, for inviting me here. And I'm so happy that I have seen the perspectives of APIDA also, which is a very important stakeholder, and the Ministry of Agriculture also, and we as industry also. This time's World Food is happening on a very special occasion, I would call, because the industry demand was on a reform of GST, and that has happened just a few weeks ago. And the whole industry is quite enthused by the same, big, small, big. Secondly, this whole global world order is changing. The tariffs are changing, is coming. And our Prime Minister has clearly laid out the fact that Made in India would be the forefront of all the discussions. And in my mind, the biggest Made in India can happen in food. So Made in India, food for the world is the theme in my mind. And we couple this with the fact that we want to get into what I call Atmanirbharta. So that means we have to ensure that everything which we are importing is substituted by Indian products, which is also very important. That comes to a lot of agriculture commodities also, including a simple item like a juice concentrate, which we are getting. So I think if we couple all this up, this world food is very important. And now coming to MSMEs, and I'm lucky that you invited me for this MSME because the simple data says that 40% of export of food products is happening from MSMEs. 70% of employment in the food sector is given by MSMEs. And if you see the total MSMEs, they account for, after agriculture, the second biggest employers in this country. And if anything is needed in this country after development is ensuring that we have skilled employment. And that comes from food processing industry. And especially in rural areas, that's why I always say, food processing can do for rural India what IT has done for urban India, and which is the most important thing. Having said that, I would definitely like to congratulate FSSI. Because what FSSI has done is, I was part of the PFA system also, and then the FSSI. But last few years, that I think most of the people in our industry would definitely say and vouch, that you have become an enabler, you're no longer a regulator. You have enabled quality, because the quality motto is not important from regulation point of view. If there is no quality, there is no export, there is no sale. The consumer doesn't trust you. For us, we are parents first. For us, let us put it this way. My product is good not because the inspector wants it. My product is good because my child is drinking it and eating it, and I need to ensure that quality, and so is my consumer. And I think that is what I believe should be the motto of all exporters. And let me tell you, When I go to Gulf foods of the world, what one single thing which has changed the differential in the last 10 years is quality. Indian quality has improved. We are proud of our quality, and people are now wanting Indian products because they are Indian. And I think that has partly been achieved because of FSI support to industry. So I should congratulate you and thank you, sir, for that. Having said that, there are a lot of other campaigns which FSI has run, and I would desperately like to call out certain campaigns like what I call FOSTEC training, food safety mitra, DART, food safety on wheels. These are all very important. The fact that the standards have been harmonized and the Eat Right movement. So these are all very good campaigns. Now, before I start my inviting people, there are 3 points which I'd like to say and then possibly have it. Number one is there is a huge need for information on the package, on the label. And that is important because if you don't give the right information, there is some influencer who is giving a misinformation. And I believe influencers can be controlled by ensuring proper information on the packages. So I believe Eat Right movement is the right movement has been started. Now we need a Eat Right QR code. So instead of industry being insisted something, you put this, you put that, and so so many things and so many packages and labels to be changed every day, if you have one QR code which says Eat Right QR code, and there you scan on your mobile, and today luckily everybody has one, and you know as per your age or what your gender, what food, how much you should eat. Because everything is good in proportion. So you put it and then you know how much fat you need. So that way there is no need of the star labeling or the Nutri-Score and all that. The QR code will give all the information and it will save the MSMEs in particular from making multiple changes on the packaging, and which will help everybody. So this is one simple issue which I'm suggesting. Number two, I firmly believe that from the Red Fort, our Prime Minister talked of GST, he talked of decriminalization also. Decriminalization, Jan Vishwas Bill 1 is already there. One, certain things in FSI have been done, some are pending. I believe the total law, unless and until there is an injury to the customer, should be totally decriminalized. And I don't say for FSI, I'm saying for almost all laws in India, they should be decriminalized. Heavy penalties should be there. And of course, for smaller offenses, compounding should be there. And I earnestly would request FSI to relook at the decriminalization at a much faster pace and also ensure that whatever has been decriminalized, that message is given down the line so that the people at the down level, enforcement level, know what is happening. And third and the last point, I somehow believe, and which I have said earlier also in many occasions, is that for licenses, especially for MSMEs, we can look at registrations. You have given an instant registration for smaller people. I think let us expand it, it's done out very well, for the whole MSME arena. Longer registrations, dispensing with licenses, easier enforcement, relying on voluntary compliance, and especially for startups, much more easier registration, that will really help. So having said that, my 3 points are over. Now I would like to invite colleagues who are here wanting to give their comments and to go ahead and give what they have in terms of policy enablers, ease of doing business, lab infrastructure, traceability, all these issues can be discussed. But my only request is, as time is short, if you can limit your comments to 1 minute, and obviously if somebody has spoken, then we may not repeat it. So with this, I would like to invite the founder of EGOS, Mr. Abhishek Negi, to give his comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Sir. So, Indian egg sector is growing really fast. Indian egg production is growing at 7% CAGR in the last 10 years. Now, what is interesting in this sector is that still more than 95% of eggs in India are sold in loose and unpackaged format. But the package ratio is also growing very faster because consumer wants standardized and accountable products. So our ask has been that, if India has to lead in protein and become the world's food basket and protein basket, and given that 3 out of 4 people in India are protein deficient, we need clear packaging egg labeling guidelines. Because right now, since the industry is getting organized and it's in early stages, there are brands, we have our brand Egos, there are many more brands who are entering this space, but everyone is claiming everything. So if there is a common standard from the regulator, then the consumer need not get confused. Then everyone will follow the same. My second point is that we also need specific regulatory markers for egg products. Now in India, as we know that there are a significant portion of the population who are vegetarians. They don't eat non-veg, they also eat veg, but they are vegetarians. However, we have the marker of green dot for veg, and we have the triangle red triangle for non-veg. There is no marker for eggs. Now globally there are various countries where a egg marker is there so that the vegetarian audience can go and choose their own products. Third point, and this is largely from a food safety point, because right now our kitchens, cloud kitchens, hotel catering, restaurant catering, they are serving millions of food meals on a daily basis, hourly basis. Now in almost all of the, majority of the sector, loose eggs are used. So loose eggs, when they bring them to their kitchen, they're unhygienic, they're open, there is no traceability of these eggs. Now my submission is that if we can plan it, that if we can move towards mandatory use of pasteurized eggs in HoReCa, which will not only help the HoReCa segment in terms of lower wastage and better ease of usage, but it will also give more trust and more safety for the consumers, because at the end of the day they are consuming it. This has already happened in almost all of the countries like Japan, Europe, Middle East, where for HoReCa you have to use pasteurized eggs. These raw eggs are not allowed. So these would be my 3 points, and thank you for the ability.
We'll move ahead. Mr. Siddharth Manwandi, who is a co-founder of Clear Meat.
First of all, thank you FSSAI and CII to give opportunities to startups like us to come in this podium. I'm not only surprised, I'm impressed and proud that being an Indian and being a part of a startup ecosystem, this being the third roundtable discussion, I have seen from first to third how it has developed, how it has been implemented, even how FSSAI has changed. Even sir rightly pointed that you have now changed from a regulatory body to an enabler. That has actually helped startups like us to become mainstream. But at the same time, now is the right time to point out, yes, traceability is something that is needed, because now as you are implementing ideas to become more QR specific or ingredient specific, traceability becomes the export related concern when it comes to exporting outside. Apart from that, if GMO, non-GMO parameters can be identified or highlighted in whatever format possible, gives more clarity to the ecosystem or the consumer, because this is something that European unions or other countries are now differentiating products, organic products especially. Apart from that, India implemented Z certification. I was unable to see how Z certification became mainstream with FSSAI guidelines, if something can be thought on those lines, because we make meat, 100% animal-free, kill-free meat. Now this is 100% meat, but we follow ISO NABL guidelines. But at the same time, Z actually facilitated this export implementation. If FSSAI could think on those lines, bringing Z, FSSAI and ISO certifications on the same Codex platform, it will give more credibility for us when it comes to export. At the end, I would like to emphasize more events that can actually help foster discussions between startups, MSMEs, and domestic regulatory bodies and international regulatory bodies, giving us more clarity of how to bring in the various policies that you have created and how to make our manufacturing more export-oriented. These are my submissions for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aman Jain, who is the CEO of Doodhwale.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for inviting all of us here and giving us this opportunity. I must, first of all, thank the FSSAI for now actually starting to play a more enabler role, especially for startups like us. We really feel that the business environment 4 years back versus what we see now, we are actually seeing drastic changes on the field, right? So thank you so much for facilitating that. I actually had 3 points that I wanted to share and put it out for consideration, right? As a brand that is primarily a farm-to-home brand in itself, right? We are trying to put in a lot of investments to make sure that the grassroots are uplifted and consumers are given high-quality products. But what we see, and I'm sure most of the startups and MSMEs here would also observe, is that we ultimately face the incumbents who are like deep, big-pocket giants in the market, right? And some of the words that they typically use, like fresh or taza, the words that are not really symbolic of what their manufacturing processes are, but are trademarks that they have taken, ultimately, create the confusion in the minds of customers of whether this is really the right product they are consuming, and whether a brand who is actually doing some of those things is giving an edge, right? So that's where I would request for us to think, right? And multiple examples of leading ketchup brands, leading dairy brands who are using some of these words loosely, right? So that's my first request. I think in the Indian context, we are also seeing that the consumers are becoming more and more aware. And the fact that people are now looking for preservative-free products or let's say organic products, right? I think that the demand for those are consistently increasing. While organic certification, taking those certification in itself is a considerable challenge for some of the early stage brands. I think if we could think about a marker which actually says that the product is preservative free, which may not just necessarily mean that it is grown on the soil which is organic and preservative free or pesticide free, but the product in itself does not have any preservatives in it, right? I think that should also enable customers to think multiple times before they are purchasing the product and bring the right sanctity to some of these products. And last, just in the interest of time, I think as a brand, early stage brand, we are consistently innovating, right? In that innovation, we come up with newer products and having, very, very simplified solution of what kind of right labeling and packaging guidelines would be for the upcoming trends will be very helpful. Versus trying to figure it out and doing multiple rounds of packaging and investment. That should really help us. If there is a single window where we can go test the packaging and get the right answers for a new product that we are trying to bring to the market. I think that would be my 3 pointers. Thank you so much for giving me this chance and opportunity.
Thank you. I'll request everybody to also limit to around 1 or 2 minutes only, please. And now we have Mr. Matthew Joseph from Fresh to Home.
Sir, thank you very much for this opportunities. I'm noting only one point, that is 2 points. One is practically we are a domestic online fish, meat and vegetables sale in all India, and we have export also. So our 99% revenue is coming from the domestic. That's why we are very close to FSSAI. Every year we have a quality audit with our suppliers. The last week also the audit with Karnataka. In Karnataka, one company serving us, company name is Fresh Delicious Super Bazaar. They have 29 hubs in Karnataka for us. The last week audit, they are keeping 29 FSSAI certificate and 29 FSSAI number also. My awareness is not right, sorry for that. So my suggestion is, even for one state, a same company in the same work is doing, providing a one number, a master number and one master file, and add it to give the add other all new address also in adding that same license. Otherwise they are keeping, we are planning to Karnataka for expanding all area of Karnataka. That means they want to keep it around 300 FSSAI license and 300 FSSAI number. So that is practically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, please, thank you. And the second thing is one general things because I am coming from the seafood industry. So for export and the transportation of the fresh fish, that we are using, all seafood industries use, not only in India, in the world, all are using for thermocol boxes. It is very dangerous things. It is not good for the earth. So the FSSAI can give a very strong recommendation to the Indian government. So many startups is trying to get a new solution for these thermocol boxes. So if you are giving any incentives or something to the startups, then we can get things that will drive the world. Because not only in India, everywhere they are using the fresh fish transportation to the thermocol boxes. So replacing that, if we can get any ideas or any solution, it will be help our whole world. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Kamini Singh, founder, Dr. Moringa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me for this session. And sir, मेरा suggestion है कि फूड सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड में जहाँ तक अभी एक्सपोर्ट की बात है, हमारे बहुत सारे फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है या फार्मर्स हैं, उनको FSSAI के गाइडलाइन नहीं पता है. तो ये ऐसा अगर FSSAI में हो कि हमें फार्मर्स को हम कैसे अवेयर करें, उन्हें कैसे बताएं कि क्या गाइडलाइन है. एक्सपोर्ट में अगर हमें तो हमारे पास कोई भी ऐसे ऑथेंटिक लेबोरेटरी फैसिलिटी नहीं है वहाँ पे अवेलेबल है जो लोकल एरिया पे उनको बता सके कि आपके क्या स्टैंडर्ड क्या होने चाहिए. तो ये मेजर इशू है फूड सेफ्टी से रेगुलेटेड, चाहे जीएमपी की बात करें, आईएसओ सर्टिफिकेशन की बात करें, या जितने भी सर्टिफिकेशंस होते हैं फूड सेफ्टी रेगुलेशन के लिए, तो वो मुझे लगता है कि इसका एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए प्रोग्राम एफएसएसआई का, ताकि लोग अवेयर हो सकें और नॉट बड़े स्टार्टअप्स, इसमें छोटे छोटे जो भी एग्रो स्टार्टअप्स हैं उनको भी वो सुविधाएं मिल सके और वो उससे अवेयर हो सके। तो थैंक यू।
जेंडर इम्बैलेंस बहुत है, एक ही महिला है।
Sir, on this point, even in CII we can help. In FACE we can also help FSI together. I personally believe this will there are solutions to that on the agri level also. Okay, we can in FACE also we can do such workshops, and my colleagues from FACE can also help that across India, and especially women health groups, because we can take farmer health groups, we can take, and we can do these type of workshops. We'll be very happy to partner with FACE, because that takes care of the big industries problems also, if these take under control. So we'll be very happy to take it up. And Mr. Harshar Shukla, who is from SPHG Agri Solutions.
Hello, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I am into manufacturing of fortified rice kernels in Hyderabad.
We're having a series of workshops. I hope you are aware. Abhi will be publicizing it.
Okay.
A series of workshops we are having on this rice fortification.
So thank you for this. This is one of the points I really wanted to make is there's a lot of regulation coming across fortified rice kernels, but not all is known to the manufacturers themselves. And if we can have a streamlined process of letting the manufacturers know what is required, it would really help. I am in touch with a few FSSI inspectors and a few other NGOs like Millers for Nutrition who give me information on what is going on, but there are many other manufacturers who I'm connected with, but they have no clue. So if we have this information flow more clearer, it will help us in our production capacity and also ensuring we do a quality production. So that would be something I just wanted to request from our end.
Dr. Panda is here. He's looking after this thing with the Ministry of Food. Okay. We are doing a lot of work on this. I think in 15-20 days, a lot of problems will be solved. Sensitization, awareness. हम लोग का portal, now we have a portal also.
Yes, sir.
Called Fortress. Fortress.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Kanupriya Khanna, founder of Carmela Health Foods. We have.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really have just 2 points. The first point, I'm going to break it down into 2. FSSAI requires us to do these lab tests every 6 months per SKU for a startup like mine, which is really, we've just entered MSME sector. It'll be nice if it can be per category and not per SKU, because what that means is, so I have a food business. It's 100% millet-based, gluten-free, plant-based food business. So we get all our products certified gluten-free. But if we have to do that per SKU, the costs involved are humongous for us. So if it can be per category and not per SKU, otherwise we are forced to not make a lot of choice available for our customers. So we feel we are doing a disservice to our customer. That's first. The second part of the same is we would like to apply to be able to use the vegan logo on all our products. But again, we need to pay FSSAI per SKU and not per category. So it adds up our costs, if that can be looked into. The last one is when we get certain tests done, especially when it comes to gluten, I feel there's no regulation wherein should we be using the ELISA method or the HPLC method. They both have different sensitivities and they both cost differently. So if FSSAI can sort of take a look at what tests are required and make a standard so there's no ambiguity or confusion in our minds, that'll be really great. Thank you.
So I did mention for startup there has to be a little separate protocol. That's what I also mentioned in my speech. Now what many other government departments are already doing, like income tax has and all that, I think that is something required. That's what I said. Now Mr. B.K. Gurbani, who is from Sempre Nutrition, and knows me also from many years. Mr. Gurbani, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries as well as these friends and all the people of the MSME. We come from the industry, the product is liked by one and all, from child to the oldie. We are in the confectionery and the chocolate manufacturing company. And we have this association, ICMA, where we have an office here in Delhi. While it looks a very small category product, but it is the very, very delicious and the people are being liked. We are facing a lot of challenges because it's a very small product and we are governed by the price point. 1 rupees, 2 rupees, 5 and 10 rupees. The other I'm not talking about. What our request to this FSSAI and all that, we need, as there are a lot of small players, startups, there must be some R&D facilities and the product development from these government agencies who they can help to the industries, where they will just, get the support from there. I remember earlier there used to be one CFTRI in Mysore, but which is no more in existence. So there must be some agency which can guide, and they will just help these small scale industries of confectionery because it's the lowest price point. 1 rupee you can't get even a single jalebi also, but ours is a hygienically packed product which is giving all the information. So my request to the authorities, whoever is the concerned departments are, they must, the help them for supporting and improving and developing their products. So this is the main concern. And whatever the other dignitaries I have learned, I have heard that everything you have just covered in that, which was a lot of the other points that you are just working on that. So we are very happy in this. My request is, at least every quarter, you must give us some of your authorized person to spend a day with us and understand our small issues. Because sometime when we are coming and giving a representation, the written reply and again for that reply may take a lot of time. As we are here, so based on your advice, either our agents will come to you or you spare your one of the person. So this is the request from our industry, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ankur Jain, who is the co-founder of Udyog Yantra AI.
Good afternoon. I'll start with one important statistics. For every dollar of food revenue in the global north, 90 cents is post-farm. Okay, 90 cents is food processing and beyond. In India, and specifically the global south, that number is hovering in the range of 40 to 50%. That is the one key statistics where I think that's where we are meeting together. The second is India is the second largest producer of food, and it's 105 on the hunger index. So second largest producer, 105 on the hunger index. The gap is the processing and the supply chain infra. We are producing, but it doesn't get processed and reached to the last mile. And third statistics is by 2050, the world population will go from 4.3 billion to some 6.8 billion. 2.5 billion people will get added. But the highlight for us is, as a country, 50% of the world's urbanized population will live in India. So this sets the context of the rapid things that need to change in food processing for us to move up the hunger index, for us to feed the large cities that are out there. Now, I think our Prime Minister has been leading with digital infra, right? Digital public infra. We can't, our MSMEs, food MSMEs, they can't build completely automated plants that you feed in raw material and you have the finished good SKU coming out. That is not viable for a country like India. I think we are taking on the world with something called digital infra, which really means that if we can equip all the MSMEs with how they source, how they execute recipes, how they ensure FIFO, how they ensure warehousing, and basically how do they do labeling, nutrition, so that digital infra can really assimilate a lot of distributed small manufacturing into a globally standard product, globally standard SOPs which are auditable, traceable, very similar to, I think you see in logistics, you see in finance now, but I think small and distributed food processing also can be aggregated by a lot of digital infra. So that would be my submission.
Thank you. Mr. J. Swaha, owner of a company called Cook.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thanks for inviting us. We are a company into minimally processed vegetable with ambient long-term shelf life. We are pretty unique, and we believe APIDA was one of the organizations which curated us to be where we are. Now, coming back to the last 3-4 points what we want to discuss, one of them is the label. FSSAI came back with a plan a few years ago telling we will make labels interesting, the Nutri-Score equivalent would come in, and later FSSAI has completely dropped it. I know there's a huge lobby of unhealthy snacks, unhealthy food, which does have a larger claim and interest, which is possibly lobbying. People like us who make products which are healthy, we do not have a platform to tell we are good to consume. Putting a QR code, scanning, and buying a product are not relatable experiences. The European norm for Nutri-Score helps people to quickly purchase. Now, looking at that, a lot of our products can have the same Nutri-Score equivalent, and then it can help people take immediate decisions to purchase a product rather than a long haul. The second point is the FSSAI label has a lot of complication. Getting a label approved is very, very self-driven. There could be some support or agencies accredited by FSSAI to clear labels. This would be more like a Saudi government where you have a label, you load the label, objections can be raised, we correct the labels, and we come back. The claims become much more easier. The next thing on food safety for us is the traceability and the residue in our export businesses. Fortunately and unfortunately, a lot of European buyers detest from using APIDA, NPOP, and NOP for purchases because of certain things which went wrong. We do not have good accredited agencies currently to do some certification which is required on European Union grounds. For example, we do not have a robust agency to give a global gap. We don't have an agency to give a BO. We scramble around to get this. Beyond this, the database for organic, which APIDA actually brags that they have, is not collectible. We can't work on that data. We don't have data. If you go to one of the APIDA offices and tell, give me a base, we can go to the farmers speak. That base is not accessible to any of us. The entire exercise of Eat Right India, which got launched 2 or 3 WFI ago, is completely eroded. We haven't, after that one little exercise, we did not run it hard. Now,
Sir, we'll have to go to the next. We are slightly short of time.
No, I think you should listen to it.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, half a minute more.
I believe you also spoke greater than a minute. Let me finish this. So, when the government actually ran into this, okay, you just washed it off and it didn't work. It is necessary that you run it for the next 5-10 years. In Indonesia, when they insisted on MRL, in the supermarkets, they had incentives to sell vegetables with an MRL label on it. Similarly, on the same scale, in fruits and vegetables especially, if implementation of MRL and health comes significantly interesting, would the government lead this change? The last point. This is more an FTA, this is more to APIDA. We have multiple standards for testing from multiple countries and multiple requirements. Saudi implemented a FSEH. Again, it's 1,000 euros we spend for getting a certificate for every shipment. Can APIDA standardize certain testing norms, certain label requirements, or certain processes where we go and say, this is APIDA certified? That means it meets most of the global north requirements for export. So this could help us rather than having 65 other certificates. For every country, you spend more and more. This is definitely an FTA issue. It could be highlighted. It could help us cut cost in every shipment we do. Thank you.
We go to Mr. Nitesh Kumar Chaturvedi from Jatara Mahila Kisan Producers.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thanks for inviting. सर मैं एफपीओस में अगर देखा जाए तो कुछ सच है कि एफपीओ अभी फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में बहुत आगे आ रहे हैं समथिंग, और एफपीओ की फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में आगे आने के बाद भी कुछ ऐसी समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ रहा है कि जैसे एफपीओ के पास तकनीकी फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में तकनीकी सुविधाएं ऐसी उपलब्ध नहीं है, उनके लिए ट्रेनिंग ऐसी उपलब्ध नहीं है कि अगर उन्होंने प्रोडक्ट वैल्यू एडिशन कर लिया तो उनका मानकीकरण और गुणवत्ता उनके लिए पता नहीं है कि किस में कितनी गुणवत्ता कितनी मानकीकरण है। इस चीज़ का सबसे ट्रेनिंग होना सबसे ज़रूरी है इसके लिए। और एफपीओ के क्षेत्र में देखा जाए तो कुछ छोटे छोटे ऐसे एफपीओ भी हैं जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में आगे तो आ रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके लिए मार्केट लिंकेज सपोर्ट थोड़ा कम है। अगर उनके लिए कुछ ऐसे बड़े उद्योगों के साथ अगर साझेदारी कर दी जाए कि जिससे कि वो और आगे आ सके, इस चीज़ पर विशेष जोर दिया जाए सब।
Thank you. Mr. Viraj Govind from Viraj Agro Processed Foods.
Thank you, sir. But my question has been already asked, so no repetition. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vaibhav Kulkarni from Entus.
First point, Mr. Khambada, I think you have addressed that issue on MSME, where you need to have a separate set of simple guidelines that needs to be followed for FSME, and I think that was my basically ask. So I don't think so anything else I want to add on that one.
That's it, sir. I think all the responses are already there. Of course, there are more we'll collate and give. Thank you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. We have some very good suggestions, and I think many of them we are working on them, and many of them we'll take note of and definitely address. I think it's good, like all of us are here, but I think we'll need, once we work on all these, and then I think we'll have to have another workshop, maybe not in Bharat Mandapa, but maybe in some other place, maybe in a month's time, because there are these issues that have been raised today, and there are some other issues that have been, which is very much pro MSME, which have been, we are working out with Niti Aayog. So I think we'll have हम लोग का stakeholders conference होगा ना after CSE. So by that time we can do a lot of homework on this, and we'll definitely come back to you on this. Would Chairman Epoda like to respond?
Thank you, sir. One point was raised regarding the number of labs. So already there are 140 plus food testing labs across 18 states, and we are working with more state governments to further increase the network. In fact, in organic testing, we really increased the number of labs. 2 years back, the number of labs were around 30, but now the number of labs are now close to 85. So we are expanding the lab infra. One point that was raised was regarding the database of the organic producers. So that was the case. I admit that the information was not available in the public domain, but now it is available. So if you go to the websites of the certification bodies, the information is available about the producers, what they are producing, and what is the quantity they are producing. So that is available. And in due course, we will also come out with a organic marketplace also for all the registered stakeholders of NPOP. Then the issue was raised about the non-acceptance of NPOP standards by other countries. So in this, there is good news. Just 2 days back, we signed a MRA with Australia. So NPOP standard is now being recognized by Australia. We are working with on a similar note with New Zealand also. And in fact, as we are aware, the 2 global standards for organic which are very well received are the US NOP and the EU regulation, EU organic regulation. And on EU, we have a recognition for crop production, which is there till 2026. We are negotiating with them for having a full-fledged MRA, not only on crop production, but also on the entire gamut, including the processing. That also is being negotiated and being discussed at the highest levels. Just 2 weeks back, the EU Agriculture Commissioner was here in India, and we had raised this issue. And meanwhile, while the negotiations are going on, we have also requested them to increase the number of certification bodies which can do the certification for the processed products. And in due course, from the issues that you raised, rightly raised, that there were some certification bodies which were suspended. That was an issue. Now slowly we have now more number of certification bodies which can do the organic certification for European Union. We are working with the stakeholders to ease the process, and the number of certification bodies in the domestic space is also increasing. But we are working still on the improving their functioning also, because we get a lot of complaints regarding certification issues and wrong certifications. So we are very strict on that. Ultimately, the organic system is based on credibility of the produce, because it is a process certification. So the process of certification, how it is being done, what are the standards being followed, we are being very strict on that, and we are working on that. One point which you raised was regarding the standardized norms for the labels and for the requirements. So of course it is a FTA related issue. Many of the countries, they have their own requirements for the plant registrations, for testing requirements. So in many cases we have the EIC which does the final issuance of the health certificate. So those are based on the importing country's own risk parameters for us. In many cases they have their own random testing requirements also, which depends on the risk assessment. So our job from APIDA is to work with the stakeholders to ensure that these norms for random testing are as per the global standards. In many cases the norms are elevated, especially for EU. So we are working with stakeholders to reduce that, but ultimately as the adage is that there is a need to ensure that the quality is there. As Honorable PM also said that we need to work on zero defect and zero effect. So that is very important. Right now we have taken very strong measures to ensure that the products that are going are fully compliant. Sir. So, thank you, sir.
Or you can carry on, I have no problem.
No, sir, he had just raised some points. Yes, sir.
Agriculture we have.
Sir.
You might want to carry on. I'm very sorry. Thank you very much for your active participation. I have to go for another meeting. So, but Abhishek and Minister of Agriculture, JB Singh is here. You're welcome to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think everything is covered. So you can.
Quick word from Export Inspection Council, sir. Anything you want to speak on this? Because some of the questions are related to export. Just.
Basically, Export Inspection Council is making sure that the exported consignment meets the destination country requirements. So if a destination country doesn't have any specification, then we will insist for the buyer-seller specification. Of course, these should not be less than our national standards. So this is in short about the Export Inspection Council. And there are two types of systems, like one is establishment is recognized or rather approved based on the their infrastructure and production capability along with traceability norms. Based on risk, system recognition approach is followed for certain category of products. For others, non-sensitive, less risky products, there is consignment-wise inspection. That is, a exporter can make the consignment ready, and from that the sample will be drawn and tested as per importing country requirement, and based on that certificate is given. Thank you.
I'll finish. So again, good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, it's my proud privilege to extend the vote of thanks to all of you. First and foremost, my sincere gratitude to our CEO, sir, Chairperson APEDA, Plant Protection Advisor Dr. JP Singh, representatives from other industries and government, Export Inspection Council, for your insightful words. And although we know that there are fragmented chains and there are practical issues in implementation, especially for MSME sector, but with the collective effort that we all can avoid these problems and go forward. So my special thanks also to the industry representatives, Mr. Kambata for nicely steering the session, all the MSME entrepreneurs, startups, and who have attended this meeting. So your all points we have taken in right perspective. There are very interesting points like mandatory use of pasteurized egg, regulatory markers for egg products, non-GMO certification, something like marker for preservative-free products. Wonderful ideas, though these are all will be taken for, like thermocol boxes not to be used for transportation of fish, and FPOs should be given more training on FSSAI guidelines, and some of the questions related to food testing requirement category-wise for startups. Then wonderful suggestion from confectionery and chocolate industry about R&D and product development, which we should take it for the Ministry of Food Processing for that. And the quarterly discussion on with industry, this is a very good point that the FSSAI will definitely want to implement. Second thing about complete automation of the digital infra, then something on labeling guidelines, which is upcoming. So these are very insightful things. All of you who have not given, not able to give your suggestions, you can please write it down and give suggestion to us. Then also, I also thank all the people who have joined us from all our industries and from FSSAI members. So the exchange of ideas we have witnessed today strengthens our shared commitment to building a safe and transparent competitive food ecosystem in the country. So let us carry forward the spirit of today's dialogue by working together to empower MSME with right tools, technology and training, so that we can transform these challenges into opportunities and play a leading role in making safe food for all the country. So thank you all. We conclude this session here. For your information, there is technical session going on in Auditorium 2, Level 2, on dynamic food landscape and need for pragmatic approaches. Dynamic food landscape and need for pragmatic approaches, where we are discussing about novel food, new food sources, production system, emerging technologies, balancing science and trade. So all of you are invited for that session, which is going on in Auditorium 2, Level 2. So thank you all. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Series are in the house and we're about to start the session, please.
Good afternoon. Greetings to dignitaries, esteemed delegates, international guests, Secretary Agriculture, colleagues from various ministries. It is my honor and privilege today to welcome all of you to the third edition of the Global Food Regulators Summit 2025, coinciding with the prestigious World Food India event. As you all are aware, GFRS is an endeavor of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to create a platform of food regulators to exchange perspectives on strengthening food safety systems and the regulatory framework across the food value chain. The first two editions of GFRS in 2023 and 2024 have laid the groundwork for today's summit. Last year, we had rich discussions on areas such as antimicrobial resistance, food fortification, and regulatory requirements for animal feed. This year, we aim to advance regulatory science and innovation by promoting cutting-edge technologies and methodologies and digital tools for improved risk assessment, surveillance, and decision-making, aligning with the theme of Science in Action for this World Food Safety Day 2025. We are honored to have representation from over 40 countries, including food regulators, research institutes, scientific experts, and multilateral organizations. We have 8 key themes. I won't go into listing these, but I hope some of you are attending the technical sessions. In addition to that, we have a dedicated CEO roundtable where in the morning we had met the MSMEs, and today we are meeting various other organizations along with various other ministries. We have undertaken a series of reforms for ease of doing business to support food business, because we believe that besides regulation, we should be an enabler for the food business. So we have instant renewal of license registration, reduced initial licensing fees, retention of the same license number, voluntary hygiene rating scheme, including supporting measures for women and other vulnerable sections, and facilitation schemes such as food safety mitras, FAQs, manuals, and video tutorials to handhold the FBOs through digital compliance. Public-private partnership will continue to play a pivotal role in advancing global food safety, nutrition, and sustainability, ensuring that safe and nutritious foods reach every section of society. Over the next 2 days, including today, let us embrace this platform to exchange knowledge, explore innovative solutions, and strengthen our regulatory mechanism. By working together, we can address emerging channels, enhance consumer trust, and ensure that food safety remains a top priority. I am confident that the discussions at GFRS 2025 will yield actionable insights, forge meaningful collaborations, and set the stage for a future where safe, nutritious, and transparent food systems are a reality for all. Thank you. So now I would request Secretary Agriculture, Shri Divesh Chaturvedi, sir, to say a few words.
Thank you, Shri Rajit Punhani ji, who is the CEO of FSSAI. We also have senior officers from Ministry of Food Processing, Department of Consumer Affairs, and from Animal Husbandry. And we have participants from the industry, giving the industry perspective. All are welcome for this today's discussion. And just to give the perspective before we start the interaction, and you, as you know, the Honorable Prime Minister's vision for Viksit Bharat and is for the 2047 is that India should be the global food basket with at least 10% export, and there should be self-sufficiency in key food grain areas and also in some of the prime horticulture products. So the whole policy of the ministry and the allied sectors of agriculture is focused on having, ensuring that farmers are supported and the ecosystem of post-harvest infrastructure exporters is supported to achieve these goals. And that's why we have initiated a lot of schemes which must be hearing about it, and we will be launching a few missions in very short time. We already have launched a number of missions, like mission on oilseeds and edible oils and oil palm. We have the mission on natural farming. We already have a mission on integrated development of horticulture. We are coming out with the mission on pulses. And we have the PM Dhan scheme, which is basically, we have selected 100 districts with low productivity and low cropping intensity, and we'll be having a very concerted and very focused, planned development of agriculture in allied sector. And in these Dhan districts, the private sector will play a very important role. But while we are doing this, one of the key concerns which remain is whether what is being produced is safe or not. And as we were discussing yesterday when we had another CEO's roundtable, and the issue of food processing industry came, and they raised this concern that while we process food after procuring from the farmers, but what comes out many times, it exceeds the MRL levels, and then there is an issue of some sort of rejection of those orders, and that causes a lot of bad name for the country, for its products. And they were rightly concerned about it, and in fact, then while giving a response to this issue, we also, and this came more from the spice industry, one of the representatives of spice. And I also mentioned at that time, well, that you are rightly so mentioning this, and then I added one point that it's not that we react only when some exports get rejected, whether it's basmati or spice or tea. But when it's going to Indian consumers, then we sort of think that this is okay. I mean, that is also not a correct approach. What is unsafe for outside the country is unsafe for the consumer within the country also. So to that extent, there is, of course, there is obviously a need at policy level to harmonize the standards of MRLs similar to what is there. Maybe it could be Codex or something else. And FSSAI, with the help of Ministry of Health, is doing that. And some sort of harmonization is necessary, because if there is no harmonization, then always what happens is that when a particular pesticide is considered off-label, and then with the off-label pesticide, the MRL levels are too minuscule for it to be passing any standards. So that we are working with the FSSAI, and I'm sure that will come out, which will help the food processing industry, and regulators will also, it will be more transparent. But apart from that, what is important is that how to educate the farmers and make them aware about it, and also ensure that the practices which the farmers are undertaking is something which is as per the good agriculture practices, which keeps the levels below the safe limits which have been prescribed by the regulators. And therefore, with my experience of working in agriculture is there are 4 types of problem here. One problem is that obviously there is something which is prescribed for a particular pest or disease, but it is beyond there's an overdose of that particular pesticide, and as a result, the MRL levels are high at the final product stage. Then second is that that particular pesticide is not prescribed for that crop, but still it's an off-label sort of application, which leads to problems because there the MRL levels are very minuscule, very small, because it's not prescribed. Third is, of course, that what has been administered by the farmer is prescribed, but it is being administered at a time which is not appropriate. It is on the later stage or close to harvesting, which results in some sort of residue remaining. And the fourth, of course, is the most dangerous part, which is spurious pesticides, where we have fly-by-night type of operators working across the country. And the best thing is that whenever we have discussed these issues with the associations related to pesticide manufacturing, they all support all terms of वो कहते हैं बिल्कुल सख्ती करिए, जितनी सख्ती करना करिए sir, we will support you, because they are also worried about it. Many times their packages are used to market some spurious pesticides. So considering all these aspects, one of the very important reform which we are about to launch is the integrated pest management system, and that will possibly, and we are hoping that we are already making a necessary amendment in the rules of our existing Pesticide Act, and the new Pesticide Management Bill which is coming, it will also be there. That right from the manufacturing stage till the retail stage and till the time the sale is to the farmer, it will all be a digitized online platform system to ensure traceability of that pesticide. So manufacturer who has got the license will be the only person who will be able to feed into that system, that management system, that I have sold so much of pesticides to this state or to this company. And from there, the traceability till at the state level to the retailer side will be there. And when the retailer sells it to the farmer, it has to be an online transaction, so that for the government, it helps in ensuring that there is no GST evasion. But for the farmer, it's an empowerment that he or she has a GST approved receipt, so that if there is any issue of spurious pesticide or a wrong pesticide being given, the accountability the back level can be fixed. The enforcement, people can easily check whether what is being sold at the shop, is it part of that IPMS chain or not. If it is not, then it is spurious, deemed to be spurious, and then you can take action very fast. So that is a sort of it's a system which will help the regulators in ensuring, and also the enforcement machinery down the line to ensure that right kinds of pesticide go, and it also will give us some sort of indication of what pesticide is going to which area. So if we find out that in tea growing area such pesticides are going which are not supposed to be used by those farmers, then we can immediately catch them, detect them, and take remedial action of stopping that sale or something like that. So this will give us a very good mechanism to monitor, review, and ensure balanced use of and appropriate use of pesticides. The second aspect which I would like to mention before I close my talk is that we have already launched one national pest surveillance system, which is an AI-based system where the farmer will just take a picture of a particular plant which he or she feels is infested by some disease or some pest, and based on that picture, the AI machine learning system has already, for 61 different crops, has already developed models to detect it in very reasonable accuracy and give advisory to the person. Also give an advisory of whether what is the level of, based on the level of that disease. And what we are further adding now is that this was initially only with the extension workers. Now we are opening it to the farmers through a big, we'll launch a big campaign. And what we are trying to do is we will have on the backward giving this feedback to the Krishi Vigyan Kendras and the plant protection officers down the line, so that they can themselves reach to the farmer based on that input which is coming through our online mechanism, digital system, and nip in the bud, so that we can have minimum use of pesticides and insecticides, and that disease should not spread to a level which is becoming very which leads to losing of the whole crop. And once that happens, then it's obvious that the farmer, to protect the crop, will spray a lot of pesticides to stop its to prevent whatever is available, which is balance. So that NPSS and IPMS, both of these systems, I'm sure will help it will help the regulators to ensure that what they want, what FSSAI wants to have safe food. It will sort of support that system. And we are sure that farmers will get empowered in not only getting the quality pesticide, but also in terms of its usage. The other aspect, of course, is we are moving ahead because of sustainable agriculture towards chemical-free farming. And chemical-free farming, of course, has a very niche market. Of course, we cannot have 100% of area in chemical-free farming. So we have one organic farming scheme already running, and now we are launched a mission on natural farming. And we are slowly moving ahead with this sort of strategy to have slowly and steadily going towards at least, if not pure natural farming or pure organic farming, but at least in a hybrid mode where less and less pesticides are used and more integrated pest management or biopesticides or natural manures or the organic manure, organic fertilizer are used more and more, which will not only help in maintaining the soil health, but the food, especially the horticulture produce which is coming out, will be very safe to use, which will be more tasty, which will help the farmers get better prices in the niche market. So these are the few, I thought I'll just mention the aspects which we are taking. We are also doing one thing of surveillance. We do a preemptive testing of residues in the products which are coming in the agriculture markets, and we do get samples which we are beyond MRL levels, and we tell the states that please take action on them. And what more we are doing, which we had a discussion with food processing industry, that since food processing industry has a catchment of raw material, then we can give them also an advice that whatever you're getting just now is something which will have higher MRL, so that they can preemptively also go to the farmers from whom they are procuring and educate them. And in fact, our Honorable Minister of Transport, who had come, Road Transport, had mentioned that he had also mentioned a strategy that the food processing industry should give a premium to those products which are organically or naturally produced as compared to which are not being produced. That will also help farmers shift towards that. So that was a very good suggestions which we'll like to take it forward. So these are my initial discussion, these remarks. We are, as you are concerned, as the regulator is concerned, we are also concerned about this, that without harming the interest of the farmers, how we can bring the behavioral change in terms of better practices, and also ensure those spurious pesticides are completely out of the market in the system, and punishment, severe punishment is given to such people if they, and that's why we are coming out with this bill which will have a severe punishment for the spurious pesticides. While it will be for the business, for the regular business, it will be ease of doing business, will not have so much of criminality, but for spurious pesticides, there will be a stricter punishment, so that it's a balance between the two. That's all. Thank you very much, and then we can take it forward.
Thank you, sir. So would people from the other ministries like to speak, or should we go ahead with the session? If you want to say something to Boldi. I request Mr. Bharat Khera, Additional Secretary, Consumer Affairs, to speak.
Shri Devesh Chaturvedi ji, Secretary Agriculture, Shri Rajit Punhani ji, CEO FSSAI, my colleagues from other ministries and departments, distinguished CEOs, industry leaders, regulators, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to join you all at the CEO's Conclave today, which is being organized by FSSAI on the sidelines of the Global Food Regulators Summit. It's a unique platform, I must say, which brings together regulators from all over the globe to share their perspectives, exchange best practices, and collaborate on building strong and resilient food safety systems and regulatory frameworks. Today's dialogue is quite central to food safety. In fact, Secretary Agriculture, with his special address, has already set the context. I would only talk about responsible compliance from the point of view of the consumer. So responsible compliance means transparent labeling, accurate claims, robust supply chain traceability, effective grievance redressal, digital hygiene and data responsibility, and visible display of valid licenses across platforms. Consumers today expect safety, transparency, and traceability from across the industry, big or small, whether it's a startup or it's a big conglomerate. Consumer expects these things to be taken duly care of. And compliance of food safety standards is not just a regulatory requirement, it's also a strategic asset that protects the brand value, market access, and consumer loyalty. So it's a win-win situation from the point of view of manufacturers also. So let me explain what is our role in this ecosystem as the Department of Consumer Affairs. We provide quality assurance to the consumers through the BIS Act. The Bureau of Indian Standards is the national standards body of India, which sets these standards across sectors. We have almost 24,000 standards across sectors. And as far as food safety standards are concerned, BIS has a very close working relationship with FSSAI. We provide quantity assurance through the Legal Metrology Act. We ensure fair and accurate weights and measures and proper labeling. So the packaged commodity rules are enforced by the Legal Metrology Act. And it's very critical when a consumer buys a 100 grams pack or a 400 grams pack, he needs to be assured that he's actually getting what he's paying for. Is he really getting 400 grams? Is he really getting 100 grams? What is printed on it? So these are the assurances which the Legal Metrology Act ensures through the enforcement of packaged commodity rules. We also have awareness creation campaigns like Jago Grahak Jago, basically to make the consumer aware about making informed choices. We protect the consumers through the Consumer Protection Act, that is another act which is administered through our department. We have a national consumer helpline where any consumer can lodge his grievance. We have onboarded most of the manufacturers onto this national consumer helpline, and we try to resolve consumer grievances through making contact with these companies which are already onboarded. Wherever there is a reason for class action or an unfair trade practice being followed by a particular manufacturer, we take class action against them under the Central Consumer Protection Authority. So, but though no doubt all this must may be appearing to be a huge compliance burden, but we are also making sure that there is no additional compliance burden put on the industry, and we are bringing reforms to make things easier. Our interest is to protect the consumer while also, keeping the compliance burden as minimal as possible for the industry. The Secretary of Agriculture brought out the need for harmonization of standards. We are also making sure that whenever standards are updated, whenever standards are revised, these should also take into account the technological advancement that is taking place in all sectors. Plus, these should be harmonized at the global level. There should not be a gap between what is being adopted as a standard in India being what is being adopted abroad. So there is also this harmonization exercise which goes on concurrently. We are leveraging technology in a big way to come up with smart standards. Being a CEO's conclave, I must say that CEOs can convert compliance into competitive advantage if they are in a position to move towards traceability and machine-readable labels. They collaborate with regulators on standardization and go in for risk-based testing and voluntary certifications and disclosures. Responsible food systems are a shared responsibility. All the stakeholders are equally responsible for it, whether it is government, whether it is industry, or the consumers. So we should treat compliance as a strategic asset. That's my appeal to all the CEOs. I urge upon CEOs to publish clear service-level commitments to resolve consumer grievances, adopt end-to-end traceability for high-risk product lines, and invest in consumer education campaigns that build trust. Our department would continue to work closely with FSSAI and other regulators to simplify compliance, reduce duplication, promote technology adoption. We'll continue to collaborate with industry too. We have stakeholder consultation at the time of formulation of standards, and also when a quality control order is brought out. Even for packaged commodities, we keep engaging with industry off and on. Recently, when the GST reduction happened, so we have engaged with all the sectors to make sure that these GST benefits are also passed on to the consumer through reforms in the packaged commodity rules. This conclave provides an invaluable opportunity to engage directly with industry leaders and collectively shape solutions that balance growth with responsibility. Both are equally important: responsible compliance and growth of industry. The insights which are shared here would be very critical to strengthening consumer trust, enhancing global competitiveness, positioning India's food sector as a benchmark for safety, transparency, and reliability. With these words, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone from any other ministry like to say a few words?
Thank you, sir. Respected CEO, sir, Devesh Chaudhary, sir, Sri Bharat Kera, sir, and other dignitaries. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to join this CEO's conclave on responsible food system compliance and consumer trust. This is a very important platform, sir. We'd like to talk about animal husbandry and dairying department. The government has taken various schemes, launched various schemes and programs to promote farmers' livestock protection and address the various health-related issues. I'd like to highlight a National Livestock Mission, which support the farmers to increase the productivity of sheep, goat, camel, and other non-bovine industries. Government has taken up serious steps to control disease control program, livestock health and disease control program. This scheme directly addresses animal disease prevention and control to ensure food safety. In order to implement the schemes, the government has introduced mobile veterinary units in all the states where our vaccines and medicines and veterinary services hitherto unreached areas, the people are getting the services nowadays. Assistance to states for control of animal diseases. This scheme provides financial and technical support to states for vaccinations against economically significant and zoonotic diseases. We would like to focus on the quality of milk, meat, egg, and also the quality of food. We are closely working with the Bureau of Indian Standards and FSSAI to ensure Indian people as well as the product which is exported to abroad, various countries, we want to ensure meat products, egg, and other dairy products also free from pathogens, free from pesticides, free from antimicrobial substances. In India, we have a natural clusters of poultry farm. Actually, they have developed their own, and the environmentally controlled farm will address these kind of issues. The sanitary measures and phytosanitary measures are strictly followed in those environmentally controlled farms. This will ensure that we would like to have a very good export potential, and particularly we are exporting even egg powder to Japan, Russia, and other countries. So sanitary and phytosanitary measures is the challenge for us. We are focusing on controlling FMD, and the government is closely monitoring the vaccination program and supports financially to the states. And we will aim to eradicate FMD. FMD free India, we will be declaring India as FMD free by 2030. So we have still we have a problem in feed industry. Feed industries, what all the feeds our animals are getting, that will be coming to human health also. We are focusing on the ensuring the quality of food. For example, the iodine content in the feed, which is also very important. In India, naturally the water contains more iodine. So when we are going to design and when we are going to regulate, the normal iodine may be content international standards, but international standards may allow a little bit more iodine, but in India we are little bit serious about containing the iodine. This is one example. Like that, various we are considering various aspects of the quality of the feed, and which is very important. And we are focusing on fodder also to improve the quality of fodder and improve the supply of fodder, which we are having. We are supporting through NLM
for protection of good quality fodder seeds. So ultimately, this our industries are highly supported through Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund. Through this fund, we are giving 3% in interest subvention. Particularly, we are focusing on the quality product, at the same time protecting the environment. Even we can support production of vaccines, drugs for the animal husbandry industries. And the rendering plant, which we are facing environmental damages, and we are allowing to take up the projects, and we are welcoming industrialists to take up the projects where the rendering plants can also be established. I would like to convey my best wishes to this program. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. So now we can go to the moderator.
Thank you, sir. Shri Ranjit Puhani ji, CEO FSSAI. Shri Devesh Chaturvedi ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Shri Bharat Khera ji, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs. Dr. Muthu Kumar Swami, Joint Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry. And Shri Satyen Kumar Panda ji, Executive Director, FSSAI. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and industry colleagues. Let me begin by extending sincere congratulations to FSSAI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for successfully hosting the 3rd edition of Global Food Regulators Summit. The forum has rapidly established itself as a premier platform for dialogue, bringing together regulators, industry leaders, scientists, and civil society from around the world. It reflects India's global leadership in fostering collaboration on shared goals of food safety, sustainability, and consumer well-being. Sir, we acknowledge the evolving role of Food Authority from being a regulator to enabler, sir, and thus act as a catalyst for transforming the food systems in the country. The focus has shifted towards strengthening the food safety, quality, and regulatory ecosystems across the country with an emphasis on improving food safety index. Regarding labs, infrastructure, surveillance, data compliance, consumer empowerment, training, and capacity building. Food safety is a shared responsibility. Collaboration across regulators, industry, farmers, consumers is essential for the cohesive ecosystem. We believe that over the years, a lot of progress has been made. However, much is still needed to augment the collaborative interventions towards building a resilient food safety ecosystem. Addressing the important challenge of producing safe food right from stage of farming is needed. And I really appreciate the integrated pest management, sir. And I think we need an integrated antimicrobial management also. I think that's the need now. This means to follow good agriculture practices, calls for a systems approach, wherein each stage of food production is treated as part of a larger system of inputs, outputs, and processes. This would greatly facilitate identifying and managing potential contamination and tracking the sources of foodborne illnesses. Another crucial aspect is adequate food testing infrastructure, which relies heavily on well-equipped laboratories and skilled lab personnel. Hence, investing in advanced lab technologies and continuous training for lab personnel would contribute towards enhancing the food safety network. Again, if I may add, we need a lot more veterinarians. And I think that is something that, we had a discussion with the Secretary of Animal Husbandry also yesterday. I think that's something that needs to be seriously taken on a war footing. Augmenting public awareness and education is of paramount importance to cultivate a culture of food safety among citizens of the country. These efforts help consumers make informed decisions around mindful eating, label reading, and making judicious choices. Sir, I don't begrudge you how challenging this is in this day of social media and fake news and everything. Your roles are really, really tough. I really acknowledge that. But you have to do that because I think today, especially what goes on in WhatsApp, it can't even be regulated. Responsible communication on food safety aspects is also critical to maintaining trust on brand India in food sector. Today, through this dialogue, we aim to strengthen the synergy and collaboration between stakeholders to address challenges and work towards finding solutions.
So now, with your permission, I invite my industry colleagues and fellow stakeholders to share their perspectives. I would particularly request you to share your insights on a few areas. Key policy enablers, ease of doing business, lab infrastructure and analysis, trust building brand India, traceability and food recall, empowering consumer, systems approach across the supply chain. So CEO sir has challenged me to be a good moderator. By that he said, anybody who talks more than 2 minutes, I have to cut you out. So I'm going to live up to that. So because I have to, he already compared me to the previous moderator, so I have to be a good moderator in his eyes. So sorry if in advance I'm warning you that I would be brutal in that. So Pankaj, you're the first one. You better not disappoint.
Thanks. Thanks, Suresh.
The last session was that we said maximum 3 points, and no one will repeat the same point.
Yeah, I think that's a good practice.
Fair enough, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for putting the ball so quickly in my lap. But just to introduce myself, I'm Pankaj Mehta, Managing Director of Carrier. I represent the Carrier Transicold business, which is largely focused on cold chain. Now, cold chain, needs no introduction in today's day and age with changing consumption pattern, convenience food, high-value foods, especially fruits and vegetables. But many times, cold chain is often taken only as cold storage, whereas it is not. So I would also like to bring up on this platform that it also includes reefer transportation, secondary distribution, last mile distribution, which is again the weak spot, if we can call it that. Food loss obviously impacts, so many areas. India itself has a huge opportunity to reduce food loss, which is also causing economic damage. Any food that is lost causes greenhouse gas emissions, so sustainability is another area that is directly connected to. And plus all the resources that go into making that food reach the consumer market. Many times the misnomer is frozen food is not good, as good as fresh, but probably the reverse is true in many areas. Frozen is better than fresh. That is a mindset, I think, in terms of education that we must focus on. And the other important aspect of cold chain is obviously on reducing, the distress sale and improving farmers' income. I think that is another area that, we can encourage. Price mitigation, governments have fallen because of price fluctuations, so I think we need to look at that. Food security and non-seasonal distress sale is again something that the cold chain can definitely enable. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj, for sticking to that. Next, can I invite Mr. Sanjay Basin, CEO of MTR Foods.
Yeah, thank you, Pankaj, and thank you, everyone, and Rajji, welcome again, and thank you, Deveshji, and the rest of the team for having us here. I think there are a lot of positives that come out of these engagements, and really appreciate how collaboratively, we have been working together in trying to find solutions for the industry at large and for India. So really appreciate that, and I think you called it out. Even the initiatives on ease of doing business are very well appreciated. They have really benefited the entire industry. And my congratulations even to the FSSAI National Code Excel and the Spice Port for the 8th session that is going to be conducted next month. I think we are setting global standards for spices, and we are the largest producer of spices, and that's really great to see. Sir, Devesh sir especially, I think was great to hear the thinking, especially on spices. I represent Orkla India. We are a part, MTR and Eastern are a part of Orkla India, and spices is a very large business for us. Your thoughts and the approach that you are, it was great to hear that these will be addressed in the near future, because the pesticide issue has really been quite bothersome to us. So I won't bring up that point because I think you have already spoken about it at length. I think a couple of things related to that, which I would really urge, what happens is that because the issue continues and we continue to have regular testing, Each time a report is published, it's almost like the industry is held responsible, and you have a lot of press, a lot of negative media, and literally the brands are under the scanner all the time, right? In fact, we have, I think, all received an enforcement drive that's going to be taken on spices next month. My request is that as we are looking to find solutions, let's not, my worry that starts to happen is, and it's, I think, a collective worry, that people start doing trials on media, right? And we are constantly being put under the scanner by saying, okay, no, we are putting pesticides, etc. My request will be that please do the enforcement drive, but let's do it in a way that this issue is addressed as well. That will really
We are
help.
deferring it for some time because the feedback we also had, which we want from you also, is that it's better to do it after 2 months.
I think if we
Something
have
because the harvest.
The harvest, and if I think these measures are in the offing, and if we clarify, especially the MRL standards, etc., if they come through, I think it will help the industry overall. Otherwise, again, the reports will come up and you'll see pesticide residual issues. And again, with the whole trial by media will start. So my request is if we can look at it in a more proactive way and in a more practical way. That is just a suggestion that I would like to put on the table. And another one, another request that I have is, related to that, what starts to happen is a lot of consumers then start moving back to loose chili, loose spices. That, I think, goes against the whole notion of really, working with the industry and putting standards which help protect the consumers as well. And we are seeing, in fact, the reverse happen, especially in the state of Kerala, where we have seen a lot of emergence of loose chili powder. I think we should also look at how to address those issues as well, because there are no safety standards really being put out there, and it becomes counter productive, in fact, to the industry.
Thanks, Mr. Basin. I think
yes,
the point is made. I think and it is important. That's why I gave you the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Sunil D'Souza, Managing Director, Tata Global Beverages.
Thank you. So first of all, I should, despite I think very volatile environment, both FSSAI and APIDA, I should mention APIDA as well, being very, very future-looking and proactive, and especially when we have issues, partnering with industry to solve problems. I just wanted to bring up 3 points. Number one is in line with the micronutrient enhancement in staples. We've been working with FSSAI, but due to lack of clear guidelines and timelines from scientific panels, the items are dragging a bit. So I would request if we can put some clarity and structured timelines around this, because we would very much like to participate. I'm sure even my colleagues who are dealing with flour and rice, etc., would be interested. Number two is if we can have some sort of standardized analytical methods for global markets. Because even when we test, I mean, we've got a lot of people who export out here. Even after all the testing that happens here, when it lands up in a lot of foreign markets, especially the US, where the FDA, I mean, I would want to say, it's a sort of black box on what exactly they follow. So if we can get FSSAI working with probably embassies and missions to try and figure out some sort of analytical methods. And lastly, FSSAI proprietary food licenses. There are varying standards across different geographies. And the same license application has different outcomes with different officers. So if we can have some sort of standardized system there, that would be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate Sunil. And I think if I can make, sir, one point on that for even on halal certification, right? I think if we could bring in something with, because Malaysia has one standard, Middle East has one standard, so that's also affecting our exports. And right now there's no government standard as such, it is some private bodies doing it. So can I now request Mr. Saurabh Lal, Global Head for Dabur India?
Sorry.
I've got more of observations rather than specific one, though there is one specific requirement. The environment is getting more and more complex as, in fact, the boundaries between food and nutraceuticals are getting sort of blurred, and they are now getting into each other's space. Obviously, it is up to the producers and the regulators to ensure that consumer safety is always kept top of the mind. We have obviously been working with FSSAI and the other departments, both to develop standards as well as testing methods, among other things. And I think that's one of the key places where we need to continue to do more. We've also been doing joint campaigns on consumer awareness. I think we need to do more of those campaigns, especially in light with the fact that there are a lot of influencers, if I can call that, with little scientific knowledge, who tend to muddy up the waters, right? And then we end up from both sides of the table trying to get back into control. So I think there's a lot more awareness that should come from our side, both the industry and the regulators. Therefore, that allows for more scientific views to come on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chakradhar Gade, co-founder, Country Delight.
Respected Rajit sir, Devesh sir, it's an honor to be here. I would like to deeply appreciate the consultative approach that's being taken, including all of us to take feedback and to improve the industry progressively. And I would also like to appreciate the recent GST reforms that have immensely helped our industry. I have two issues which would be already highlighted, but would like to bring your awareness to them. The first is regarding the health star ratings that is being contemplated to bring on food packaging. While these are very good and progressive customer education driven activities, it needs to be customized to the Indian context. There are certain regulations where natural ingredient based foods can be penalized as compared to artificial ingredient based foods, and hence products like milk or products where milk is used as an ingredient can be categorized as far more unhealthy compared to artificial ingredients. So I would request you to have a look at this as we roll this out. That is point number one. On point number two, at an industry level, because of a lot of social media, some self-styled influencers do tend to take intentionally or unintentional stances without knowledge on brands and organized players. We request your help in building some guidelines for the distribution companies such as Google and Meta to help be responsible in spreading information when this kind of information without basis keeps getting posted on the social media.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, if I may...
Just a quick response. As of now, I can't say about the future. As of now, star rating is not on the table, as of now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, if I may add just a small point on that, sir. In Europe, they have something similar, A, B, C, D. You know, Coke is ranked as A and eggs are ranked as D. So, you know, I'm just giving you one example of that system. So, I appreciate, sir. Thank you.
I just want to intervene only one thing. Well, it's the issue of rating of food is a different one aspect, but at least if you remember that we have this national mission on edible oils, and one of the startling issue is that while we are importing 55% of oil, we have an average consumption of edible oil at 20 kg per person, which is 1.5 times the consumption which is optimal given by the ICMR. So Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned that we should reduce the oil by 10% in 2 Chief Secretary conferences. So rather than going to specific food, if the food processing industry itself comes up with this sort of thing, it will use less oil in those cooked and fried items. Maybe that will be a good gesture it's more for healthy food rather than picking one particular food item and then raking up a controversy. So that the industry can think about it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Shri Anuj Rastogi, Chief Executive Staples, ITC.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for giving this opportunity to share our thoughts. I think it was a delight to hear some of the initiatives which the Honorable Secretaries talked about. Over the last year or two, what we have seen is also very heartening. One is on digitization. I think the entire process of digitization has really helped food operators in simplifying compliance, regulation, and also saving a lot of waste. The other bit is the consultative process and forums like this, which have really helped. I have a couple of points which I want to draw attention to. One is in trying to ease regulation, there are a lot of issues, let's say non-compliance, which might come, which are not food safety related, on food packaging, etc. And these cases have been pending for many years, but they get treated as the same as with litigation as with food safety issues. So it would be useful if some of these are resolved either by giving an improvement notice or taking cognizance of the fact that it might be a spelling mistake or something like that, and all the pending issues can be resolved. That will save the industry a lot of time, effort, and money. I think I would second a lot of discussion which has already happened on pesticide residue, and especially it becoming a media trial. And therefore, whatever compliance is, as we are forming the rules, I think there should be some strict guidelines that based on one report or at a junior officer, it should not go into media, because the damage after that to the brand, even if it is found untrue, is quite immense. I think the third bit which one would like to focus on is in terms of some of the products which we are finding, especially which industry is trying to develop, whether it is millets, whether it is on organic, right? These are still very nascent and small. And what would help is that the same process of consultation is done. So I'll take an example in mind. Like there is a zonal restriction of CBs, suddenly, which has been put in place. The consequence of that is that all food labeling of organic products from that has to change because you put the CB name and the license number. So these things, if either digitized, therefore like you have put on license numbers or place of manufacturing, you scan the QR code, will really help. This is the same case in some of the products which carry AgMark mark. So either we digitize it, therefore change becomes easier, or at least we should consult the industry and take care, because these small things have very long supply chains. They are still nascent. And while big brands, which have a big footprint, have high velocity, these have low. So these were my 3 points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anuj. Mr. Dilen Gandhi, CEO of Mars Foods.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute. It's a fantastic consultative process, and I got to hear many of the things that are in the offing. As one of the largest organic food exporters in the country, we have benefited greatly from many of the actions that have been taken by the different ministries and FSSAI in particular. Aligning with the Codex consistency and adds to consistency and credibility of standards, which are critical, especially as we deal with some of the world's most demanding retail and QSR partners. At the same time, several of our categories like ready-to-eat and ready-to-cook, the challenge is no longer a lack of standards, but overlap, labeling rules between FSSAI and legal metrology, packaging specs between FSSAI and BSI, and organic standards between APIDA and FSSAI could all be harmonized further. There has definitely been progress, but more could be done on that front. This kind of predictability will definitely clear the pathway and that keep the consumers safe and give our business more legs for us to really fulfill the objective or ambition of making India a food basket for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harita Vasireddy, Managing Director, Vimta Labs.
Good evening.
My submission is on nutraceuticals. It is a growing industry in our country, and more and more people are giving importance to nutraceuticals in their health management. Unlike other food categories, nutraceutical products and functional foods currently lack standardized test procedures. This has led to significant variations in test results across different laboratories, creating challenges. My submission is that FSSAI could consider establishing a center of excellence for nutraceutical products with standardized methods and maybe publish a manual which could benefit the manufacturing and testing industries. This could really help enhance consumer trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anirban Basu, CEO, Abbott Nutrition.
Thank you. As you might be aware, Abbott is a diversified healthcare company providing scientific nutrition, medicines, and medical devices to patients and consumers. Our interests are strongly aligned with FSSAI, ensuring consumer safety, promoting nutritional awareness, and building a resilient food system. And Abbott remains committed to supporting FSSAI's mission with integrity, transparency, and a science-led approach. In line with this alignment, we request for the following consideration, which is in respect to the implementation of new standards and amendments whenever there are changes in the regulations. We request FSSAI to consider instituting a minimum implementation timeline of 12 to 18 months for newly notified or amended regulations. The food and nutrition industry specifically requires time to understand, interpret, and operationalize regulatory changes, especially those involving reformulation, labeling updates, packaging redesign, and supply chain adjustments. A rushed implementation can lead to compliance challenges, increased costs, and disruption in product availability. Reasonable transition period can ensure smoother adoption, better regulatory compliance, and alignment with global practices. That's our intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hamid from Ferrero.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amit Twil from Ferrero, India. I've been in this market for 6 years now, living in Pune. I lived in China for 5 years. In China, you know, I used to see things quite different. I'm talking about counterfeit, for example. In India, when I came, I did not see that. And the past 3-4 years, I see it growing quite fast. We are selling a high premium product, and usually those that are doing counterfeit are attacking directly the premiumness, because it's more easy to make a higher margin on a high repeated product. So we are identifying those producers, we are identifying, and they are publicly named, they have websites, they are producing officially. We had a couple of downgrades the last 2 years on some, but no actions. So yes, it has been taken to court, but when you are in the food processing, those guys are producing poison processing. It's not food anymore. I can tell you that I have tried some of those products, is harmful for health. So if we don't accelerate the development of a division that fight against the counterfeit, India will be seen as another counterfeit in the world of this new business. So once will be to develop a division, so a department that really fight against them. Second is to enforce penalties. You know, the sanctions should be proportionate to the action. Second is that I have seen as well, witness the influencers. So influencers without any qualification, accelerating and then using also surfing on the premium brand in order to damage the reputation and then getting more followers. So third point and last before you stop me. Last point is that I would like to have, a common interpretation in the regulations among the FSSAI officers. So I have seen also that some are saying milk solid is not the same, but you know, it's good to have a regulation among all officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amit. Mr. Rajneesh Chopra, CEO, Amway India.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to compliment, first and foremost, the comments that have been made, which were very, very thoughtful. I came back to the country from the United States about 18 months ago, and you know, one of the complex things which comes up, and I'm just going to make 3 quick comments, right? One of the complex issue that I get many calls from some of the organizations which want to enter India is about ease of doing business, and they constantly ask me, Rajneesh, has it changed? Has the environment changed? We still don't hear about the complexity going down, and so I just wanted to honestly share that with everyone. And the second thing I wanted to compliment, first of all, the work that FSSAI has done through 2006 to 2016 and 22, it's remarkable. You know, the nutraceuticals and dietary supplements is a massively growing sector in our country, in India, and it's already at $32 billion in 2025. It's slated to be more than $75 billion by 2033. As a sector, we appreciate all the efforts, but it has a much bigger potential. If you look at the whole nutraceutical industry around the globe, it is pertinent in our perspective to have streamlined regulatory landscape, which is harmonized with global standards for the sector to leverage this demand and actually seize the opportunity that the sector presents. We request for FSSAI's continued support in ensuring a stable regulatory framework for this sector that is harmonized with international standards. That is essential for the sector's growth in the country as well as for its recognition through exports to other markets. And as my honorable colleague was talking about a few minutes ago, checking counterfeit products, I think is a very, very important aspect of how we would want us to move forward with strong labeling compliance to ensure strong credibility. And which kind of, in the final culmination, I just kind of reflect on this, the formalization of e-commerce policy and BIS guidelines for e-commerce self-governance, which will help us to check the unsupervised sale of these counterfeit products which are happening through various sites and which could cause significant harm to the consumers in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shashank Mehta, CEO, Whole Truth Foods.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shashank. I'm the founder of The Whole Truth, and I'm super surprised and privileged to find myself at this table. We're a young startup, and it feels great to get a seat at this table. Rajit sir, let me start by saying that I agree with Suresh sir. I don't begrudge you your job. India is a super complex food market. I don't know how you do it. And Bharat sir, you had mentioned that compliance can actually be a competitive advantage. That's literally what our brand stands for. Our simple promise is we declare every ingredient on the front of pack so that the consumer never has to turn the packet of food to find out what they're putting inside their body. And just this one simple act has earned us so much love and trust that I can guarantee that trust earns you a premium. So it's in the interest of every brand to do it. I've been hearing around the table a lot of angst about influencers, and I share that angst. But I have a suggestion. I don't have a question, I have a suggestion. It's a slightly left field, crazy idea, so pardon me my ignorance if it can't be done. But what if we turn this into an opportunity? Could FSSAI create a simple certification, a voluntary test based on basic food science and regulations that influencers can take? Then those who pass the test carry a certified stamp from FSSAI or any other competent body that actually elevates their trust amongst their viewers. If we can do this, we can turn them from adversaries into allies in building consumer trust. Because let's be honest, influencers are not going away anytime soon. And I can tell you, some of them are my friends, some are good people. They want to do the right thing. And they want to differentiate amongst themselves also because they believe the other guy is speaking without knowing anything. So why not certify them? Maybe a crazy idea, but maybe this is the right forum to table it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shashank. I think that was a good idea. Mr. Ahmed Wahab, Mars Snacking.
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and it's an honor to be here representing the sweet part of Mars. So Dylan has done the serious part of Mars. This is the sweet part of Mars. So I'm representing Mars Confectionery. And really, I would like to start to say a big thank you to FSSAI for a lot of effort that has been happening and we've been seeing over the past maybe 12, 18 months. So a lot of opportunities to talk to us in the industry, to work together, to try and improve. So a big thank you on that, and would like to see more of that. At Mars, we understand very much what you have been talking about in the importance of food safety. So we are a family business, one of the biggest in the world. We are driven by our purpose, which talks about future thinking and talks about that tomorrow starts today. And we are also guided by our principles, which talks about quality, which talks about responsibility, and talks about mutuality. So we really understand that. We know that food is a no joke when it comes to food safety, and we know that with the ambition of India to be the food basket of the world, this is also something that's very important. Two asks from my side. So mainly on the harmonization point, and specifically in one part, which is the chewing gum products. So we've been working with the FSSAI for a very long time to get this over the board. Still, we have no answer. I think it's an important thing. There are a lot of benefits for chewing, so how can we accelerate that? That would be one. And I think the second thing is whenever there are transitions, how can we grant enough time so that the industry can react for the transitions and can make sure that we deliver based on that? Again, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Agiamano-san from Yakult, Managing Director, Yakult.
Good evening, everybody. This is Agiamano from Yakult Danone. Yakult is a probiotic drink. I hope you had that before. I hope. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I really appreciate the support from SSI, always. Thank you. And I just wanted to have one thing that some company, I observed some company does not follow the guideline of the FSSAI, especially labeling, like health claims. Health claim must be backed up by the scientifically proven, so that which is we have to follow. Then eventually that is protect the consumers from the false claims. And you know, we have my country in Japan, we have health claim authorization kind of that called the FOSHU, food for specified health use. So the government authorized that the health claims, and then we put the label on the package, so the consumer clearly know that this is the proof that of the scientifically proven. So that if the India can introduce this kind of system, this is easier for the consumer to understand what product is right or not. So that's my.
Thank you. Mr. Rahul Jalan from DSM.
Good evening. My name is Rahul Jalan. I represent DSM Firmenich. We are a nutrition and flavor ingredient company. It's a delight to hear the upcoming changes that you are taking around the integrated pest management, transparency in MRL levels, alignment with codex, and also around sanitary and phytosanitary norms with global standards. Two areas of improvement, if I could share. One is around the import clearance delays that we face for ingredients which are dual-use products, which also go into food, pharma, and chemicals. which causes a lot of delays for us in importing, and that could be made more efficient through a single window clearance system, digitalization, use of AI, or also using a trusted importer program, which could fast track clearances for companies with strong compliance history and ethical practices. The other one is we spend a lot of money and resources in coming out with innovative products with new technologies. And some of these are around non-specified food ingredients, around HMOs, enzymes, plant proteins, etc. And we face a lot of delays in approval of these products. So if we could define a timeline for approval of such products, and also establish an expert single scientific panel, because currently there are multiple scientific panels around getting approvals for these products. So if these are the two requests that we have for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prashant Bhatt, Chief R&D Officer, Mother Dairy.
Good evening. I'm Prashant. I represent Mother Dairy. I take care of R&D, quality assurance, and regulatory. Sir, I want to thank FSSAI firstly. We see you as a business enabler as well as a solution finder, because whenever there is an issue, you work very closely with the industry in terms of finding a solution. And it has been a great support for the dairy industry especially. And you have mentioned about this rapid licensing in your welcome note. And the initiatives like this have helped us a lot in terms of expansion, both domestically as well as globally. We are also entering into newer markets currently. And as far as some of the issues that are concerned, I would touch upon contaminants. For dairy, there are 3 contaminants that are important. One is pesticides, second is antibiotics, third is aflatoxins. As far as pesticides are concerned, we have our own in-house lab, which is NABL accredited, and we test more than 1,000 samples each year for all these contaminants. And from a pesticide perspective, in the last many years, there are 0 incidents of presence of pesticide in milk. But when it comes to antibiotics, earlier the number of antibiotics used to be 27, whereas it has moved to 50 now. But out of this 50, only few can be done through rapid tests. So if there are more rapid tests for antibiotics, we can implement that in the procurement level itself. Whenever you procure milk at the farmer's level, there itself this rapid test can be implemented and it can be checked for antibiotics. So more rapid tests can be developed under your guidance. And lastly, there are certain banned antibiotics that have been introduced. They are mainly steroids. So there is a MRL for a steroid as a whole group. But globally, there are no tests specified for quantifying the steroids. And if you look at the list of steroids, there are around 70 steroids. So we do not know which one to be tested, because only a few of them might be relevant for India. So these 2 things probably can be considered.
Thank you. Dr. Sujata Jayaraman, Vice President R&D, Hindustan Liver.
Thank you for this opportunity, and really appreciate FSSAI for this collaborative approach and taking feedback from us for continuous improvement of the regulations. I have 3 specific asks or inputs. One is we spoke about licensing of proprietary products, but this is about licensing of proprietary products for domestic use. So we see this takes a little longer time, which really hampers the speed to market of innovations that are on trend. So we request FSSAI to review this and help us to speed up the licensing for proprietary products for domestic market innovations. The second one is how can we simplify labels by coming up with QR codes. So this will really help consumers in reading labels and also understanding and help for the future. And the last is also a specific input. In our endeavor to continue to reformulate to reduce sugar and salt, there is also the especially in the culinary sauces, the TSS specifications sometimes become a constraint to reformulate, and also they increase the cost because if we need to find an alternate for sugar and add. This might not be a requirement, especially when we look at other properties of the product like shelf life or the taste. So we would really request FSSAI if this TSS specification can be reviewed specifically for culinary sauces that will really help in reformulating and improving the healthiness of these products. We would really like to collaborate in these endeavors and help in any kind of support in making this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, with that I hand over to you, I think.
We have already discussed a lot of good suggestions have come. Many of it is related to FSSAI, but I would like a good idea from that gentleman there who had mentioned that they have their own testing lab and they do test some the raw inputs. So we can have one more, I mean, this was something which was missing even when I was working as Secretary Agriculture in the state of UP. That if food processing industry unit is having a testing lab, and if they get something which is beyond some limits, if that input can be given to the horticulture and food processing department of the state government and even to us, then we can also start working on that. And depending on the, whether it's off level, we can catch up those retailers, and if it is beyond, then we can educate the farmers apart from the, so that input will be a very good input for us. So maybe that sort of partnership we can give an advisory to the states, but if it is possible for the industry also to help in that, giving that inputs.
Sir, if Chair may allow, thank you, sir. I am Dr. Reddy, representing Export Inspection Council, which is into inspection and certification of notified commodities. Some of the information related to the points raised by different speakers, especially from industry leaders who are into exports. Regarding the laboratory infrastructure, there is two types of gap. That is the number of labs in the vicinity, and second is skilled manpower. To address the issue of skilling the manpower, with the collaboration of FSI, EIC, and Global Food Safety Partnership of World Bank, we have set up a training center, what we call International Training Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition at Mumbai, and where advanced analytic equipments are placed, and we are giving training to the who are the industry people who in need of this type of training, because in private sector they may not get chance to get hands-on training in the high-end equipments. As a part of this program, we are neighboring country regulators also we are training from different countries. That is one thing, sir. The second thing, regarding the antibiotic residues, especially European Union come up with a recent regulation that is going to be effective from September 2026, wherein it has stated that 37 antibiotics which are reserved for human treatment should not be used at any stage of animal production, be it is poultry, dairy, or any other production. So we have guidelines in place from point to point, but ultimately they asked legal backup, and recently Government of India has notified through Gazette. So I request all the industry leaders also take into cognizance so that our exports are not affected. One simple suggestion come to my mind regarding the residues found. I think Mother Dairy colleague was stating, most of the dairy cooperatives or private collection people are having their own root doctors, what they call veterinarians. So they will be having the information which farm or which animals are treated with the antibiotics. They have WhatsApp groups. Probably collection center can be kept into that WhatsApp group, so that if an animal is treated, next 3 days they may not collect or collect the milk separately, so that such antibiotic residues entering into the chain in the further processing can be avoided. Regarding fungal toxins entering into milk or milk products, feed is the source, and I think FSI is working on to bring out the regulation into animal feed, especially to control these things so that we can get market access to the advanced countries. Thank you, sir.
We have 10 minutes. Would you like to say?
Thank you, sir. One point would like to highlight about aflatoxins. Some of our members has raised about aflatoxins. Recently, Veterinary College and Research Institute Namakkal has conducted a study about the sample size, whether the sample size does the matter. So the conclusion is you have to double the sample size. Whenever the it will be useful for the feed industry, please double the sample size so that you will have a fairly accurate result whether the feed has aflatoxin or not. Thank you.
Like to say something? Counterfeit ka kuch bolna hai? Counterfeit. Just one or two points I'll respond, and rest Dr. Panda will respond and give the vote of thanks. 12, I think we are trying to extend the time required for any change in regulation. So that is something under consideration. Then QR codes is also something which we are considering. Many other points also we have noted down, and hopefully we'll be able to respond. So now I'll request Dr. Panda if you want to respond to some things, and then vote of thanks. But we just have 8 minutes, so.
Thank you, sir. So distinguished dignitaries, respected colleagues, esteemed representatives from industry and government. So I would like to begin by thanking all the dignitaries present here today. Devesh Chaturvedi sir, Secretary Agriculture, Bharat Khera sir from Additional Secretary Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Dr. Muthu Kumar from Joint Secretary DST, and from Export Inspection Council and APEDA chairman also, for sharing their valuable insights and perspective. Your active participation has made this conclave meaningful. What stands out from today's discussion is very important thing that with a shared responsibility echoed by many of the speakers. So I also say something here on this context is that Prime Minister has a vision, has given a clarion call to reduce 10% oil in our daily diet, in our monthly diet. So here also I want industries little bit support to achieve this goal. FSI is also doing a lot of awareness program, but I still believe industry has to work on this also to support the government's vision. Second thing is also, FSI is also working on to make our standards very robust. They will talk about harmonizing our standards with European Union, harmonizing our standards with USA. Why not? Our standards should be that robust that they will come and harmonize with us. So that's what is our vision now, that our standard setting is much, much robust based on risk assessment, not like the earlier days of copy and paste kind of thing. So that is the thing that has changed the complete vision of FSSAI, where we need more industry participation, where we need more of the controlled trials. For example, for pesticide, the data generation that need to happen for introducing a new pesticide molecule, that kind of information is not coming to us. So that's why we need more of the industry participation. One of the things that was told to us was about strong measures, second, counterfeit product. This is a very, very important thing, and we have been experiencing from regulatory compliance. So again, we do not want India to be a hotbed of counterfeit product. That one of the things was echoed by one of the speakers. So we do not want that. So again, we need a strong complaint mechanism, definitely we are working on food authentication also as one of the strong thing from our side to support research. If anybody is working on that, we also would like to support that. And there are many important things that came to us about structured timeline for any regulation to take up. So we have last time we have given 180 days, 180 days after that the regulation to take up any leveling related issues. Now we have taken a decision, Food Authority, to that it will be around 365 days. So almost 1 year you will get in implementation of any leveling related changes. So that point is getting addressed now. And there was talk about food loss and cold chain logistics that we definitely understand, and we'll work on that, sir. And about nutraceutical testing, that's always a challenging when there are group of group of molecules together in one nutraceutical product. So again, we need your support here, because we are bringing out a guideline document for nutraceutical testing for the laboratories. So that will solve most of the issues. So. I think we have answered many of the questions, but if anything is left out, please, you can write to us. We'll be definitely be able to answer. One of the things that was told by steroid. So in our regulation, there is milk and milk products is mentioned, steroid and stilbene should be absent. So there is no MRL fixed for any steroid. So now, definitely we know that there are hundreds of types of steroids. So we'll be bringing out shortly guidelines on what kind of steroid to be tested for which kind of food commodity. Yeah.
We'll be recording whatever you have said, and we can respond later.
Yes.
You can give the vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Over, sir. So at the same, so I thank finally to all the industry representatives, CEOs who have joined here and given their insight. So as I conclude, I want to assure that FSSI remains fully committed to working hand in hand with all stakeholders. The dialogue we had today is not the end, but the beginning of a stronger partnership, one that will help us to ensure safe food, greater industry competitiveness, and above all, healthier nation. Together, we can ensure that India not only meets, but sets global benchmarks in food safety and consumer trust. So thank you all. We have a cultural program at 6 o'clock, so, and followed by dinner. So I request all of you to join the program. At auditorium.